Yeah, live from colon A, live from colon B. Keep people out of the woods. Cops will do that. Those, oh man, they experimented with releasing poisonous fucking tree animals, or forest animals. Ugh. Yeah. It's Malthusian. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's true too. That's the worst part. Wow, I'm just out here AFK no sec. Oh god. Uh, yeah, I've always suspected this. Giants. Yeah. I don't believe most of the things he's saying. Oh yeah, Dark City was very weird. Yep. Ridiculous. Complete and utter horseshit. What happened here? Uh, No. Mm-hmm. I've experienced this one. Nope. Mm-hmm. My mind control. Mm-hmm. I don't know why. Oh, because a new spawn came in? Okay. Alright, alright. Stupid nullsec fucking battleship things. 6 damn ships. Yeah. I am like halfway to 210k. It's good. I'm not halfway. I'm like, ugh. I don't know, like I would say a quarter. I'm like a quarter of the way. It's good. And I haven't really been doing this that much, so it's good. Got some good progress. Fucking Hollow Earth, come on. I'm sorry, but come on. No hints, no evidence ever. Where there's no smoke, there's no fire. You know, that's how I feel about that. Like, he keeps bringing up Hollow Earth because I think he is a Hollow Earther, and I think this is kind of a bad video. I know it is. And it's 9 hours long, but it's educational, I would say. All the craziness. But like the Hollow Earth one really bugs me. Cause that one hits home because, like, it's weird. In my crew, I love my crew like my brothers. You know what I'm saying? They're like my fucking brothers. They're like, they're like my family and shit. But I would say, of all of us, I'm crazy because I believe in auras, and I believe that I can move things with my mind because I've done it. Not move things, I mean like kind of affect other living things with my mind, I would say. Because I've moved my cat with my mind. I've had very strong bond animals, etc. I would say. I've had strong bond animals that would do what I told them to with my mind. I've seen it before with twins and stuff. It's kind of crazy. But anyways, it's there. Yeah, like my friends have backed me up on that one. Anytime I've had a cat, that shit runs deep. It runs like really deep. It's like that cat is basically my property. I can tell them what I want them to do with my mind. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if you ever had a deep bond animal experience like that, but I have a couple of times. And so, yeah. And so it's uncomfortable. I don't like talking about this stuff. But okay, so like my friends believed back then. So I definitely, and I believed in certain things I thought could be possible, like levitation, telekinesis, stuff that I suspected was possible, but you just never see. So, and I would say the same thing about those things. Is where there's no smoke, there's no fire, and I'm not sure I believe in those things even at all. So, but my best friends, people that I really thought were like the most intelligent people I've ever met, I know why I hung out with them and why they're my best friends. It's because they're the smartest people I've ever met. I know it sounds biased, but when when I understood the intellect and the charisma and the strength of the intellect of the people that was in my crew, some of them are just off the chart. And I would say the same of myself, but I don't like quantifying stuff like that. I don't like the labels, and I don't like. I would say I'm an idiot. I would say I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. We'll call it like we'll say it like that. I'm an idiot. If I was smart, I'd be rich. You know what I'm saying? So let's just leave it like that. I'm not trying to inflate my own ego about my own self knowledge and stuff. I'm talking about how okay, my best friend believes that one of them's dead now. Believes some things. He believes that the world is hollow and that there's things down there. He absolutely does believe that. And this is the smartest man I know. Unfortunately. It's not unfortunate that he's the smartest man I know. That's a very good thing. But the smartest man I know, most verdantly, deeply, like in his soul, believes that the earth is hollow. I don't, unfortunately, and we've never seen eye to eye on that one. I absolutely don't. I do not believe that. I don't. I'm sorry. That one's impossible for me to do. I've tried. I mean, I've tried and tried and tried. I've even seen what I would say is evidence of it. Like I would say. But in places like Greece and Italy and stuff, I've seen evidence of people living in caves. I know that some people on this planet are living in caves. I know they are. I've seen the evidence of it. It's just like, with restaurants and shit down there. I shit you not. I saw caves and restaurants of old, turns out, I watched this wonderful video, really great video, about how, I believe it was Sweden or something like that, when World War II hit, Sweden just went underground. They just started digging miles of, instead of all that money that the other countries spent on war and tanks and guns and bombs and planes and shit, Sweden just spent on caves. And I watched this wonderful video where he was like, I shit you not. I believe it was Italy, actually. It wasn't Italy, it was Sweden, I think. It was Sweden, something like that. I forgot. I could dig it up. I'd have to go back through my videos and stuff. But he took this drone and he flew it all over the mountaintop. And all over the mountaintop was what I've seen it before. We do it in Colorado sometimes too. Deep mountain caves. I'm talking deep, like a mile down and stuff. Really crazy, lattice works, endless mile caves. And it turns out that's what Sweden did with their war chests. They went underground, they went to caves, and they built these crazy fucking things full of restaurants and malls and boutiques and stuff, and they built cities underground. I shit you not. You can absolutely go look at this. It is the actual truth. It's not some exaggeration. I've seen the pictures of it. This happened. Sweden fucking went underground instead of going to war, and we know that some people do live in caves. We know that people live in caves. We absolutely do. People live in caves. It's weird, but it's actually something I think we've been doing since since the dawn of time. I think humans live in caves. I think a lot more than we care to admit. I think a lot. I would say. And that's where we are. So I can see why he thinks that Hollow Earth is real. I just don't. The problem is, the problem is, my problem with it is, if I don't know if you've ever been to the bottom of a really deep mine, but I actually grew up in the Pennsylvania, New Jersey area where they have a lot of strip mining and deep mines and stuff. And so one of the things my school did was take us on this tour of a mine because it was Pennsylvania. And I always thought it's kind of funny. I went to this culturally elite, the most expensive school almost on the planet for my private education when I was a kid. Look where it got me, right? But I always suspected that they took us to that mine because they wanted us to get good jobs and have good lives and stuff, and there was this implication of well, here's what the people of Pennsylvania actually do. This is what you don't want to do as the culturally elite, world's richest kids. You don't want to do. You don't want to work in the mines. That was kind of what I always thought that message was. I was like, why did my school take me to a deep, deep, deep mine? And they took us all the way down to, and it was educational. It was very educational. It was I had no idea. And we went down. I think it was like a mile. It was like a mile. It was so deep. It was like 5,000 feet or something like that in Pennsylvania. Some fucking deep, deep old mine. I don't even remember the name, but I remember. And we went to several caves too. They were a great educational school. They used to make us hang out at a pond and take water samples and stuff like all day. We'd have to go out from the science room to the pond and do geological like chlorophyll studies and stuff off leaves and water from ponds and stuff, and see if people had any interest in that, because they need that too. Those cultural elite people, they need all types of stuff. They had deep interest in math, and any one of us who showed a gift at math, like I showed a gift at math in the respect that once I got it well, but I will say I struggled with it, the worst in the class. But when I got it, I would say I got it as best as any of the rest of them got it there, because I could compete with them. I'll never forget competing with this wonderful little girl named Frances when I was like, I don't know, 5 or 6. I would say probably 7, something like that. I was like 7, and they had us run multiplication. We were in the 2nd grade, and they had us run a multiplication derby, or whatever you want to call it, where it was just like 100 multiplication problems. Pretty much all of them. It was. I remember it. It was very simple. It was 1 through 9. What's 1 times 1? 1 times 2. 1 times 3. 1 times 4. 1 times 5. 1 times 6. What's What's 2 times 2? 2 times 4. 2 times 6. 2 times 8. What's 3 times 2? 3 times 3. So just get harder and harder as you go, right? And all the way on up to 12 by 12. All the way up to 15 by 15. And when it gets to 13 times 13, you're like, oh fuck, I don't even. I mean, I know that it ends in 9, but I don't know what that is. It's like, what's 13 times 13? It would be absolutely 100 and something 9. It's 129, I think. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's very weird. It's 13 would be 129. Yeah, 129, right? That's a very weird number, and my Asperger brain trips over it. Like, it just trips over it. It's like, why? Oh man, you heard me do it. My brain trips over 129 because it's not too easy for me to multiply 13 times 3 for some reason, or even worse would be like 13 times 7, because I know that ends in 1, because it's 7 times 3 is 21. But at that point, I get lost. I'm like, what's 13 times 7? I'm like 7 plus. I'm like 7 times 1 would be 7 plus, because I would need the paper at that point to do it. I have a mental block when it comes to that stuff, but I can recite 9 numbers backwards and stuff like that. So it's not like I'm bad at it, or that I'm not basically a super genius at it. I just don't, I definitely have blockages. I've got damage to my brain. I've got all types of bad problems when it comes to my brain. So I've got all these workarounds and stuff I do with algebra. I would say I can do complex algebra, and I do to calculate my crits and stuff like that, and my money. But I mean, I would say what I do is theoretical algebra boiled down to simple numbers. Like if you're talking about like, oh, I have 440 gold and I'm going to sell 1,240 increments of 440 gold. I'm going to narrow down 1,200 times 4, and I'm going to say, oh, it's about 4,800. It's like 48,000 or whatever. It's like 48,000 gold, right? It is. So, or 2,800. I don't know. I've lost it because I already forgot what amount I asked about. I forgot. See if my brain will just erase the data the minute I'm done with it. I've got such a weird brain. I can't remember the amount that I just tossed out. I think I said something like, I think it was like 4,000, or it was like 20, or yeah, it was like 2,400 increments of 4,000, right? And I was like, oh well, that's 48,000. It's not. I think I said like 2,440 increments of 44,000 or 4,400, I think, or something like that. I forget what I said. It was something like that. It's some complex multiplication problem with four places of a number. It's like 4820 times 3330. I don't know what that is, but I know what 48 times 3 is, which is 144. 48 times 3 would be 150 minus 6 would be 146 is 144. So I immediately say 144,000. I can do it. I can do it faster than you. I say 144,000 some odd, right? And the people are like, how did you just fucking do that? How did you just say 4,330 times 7,290? I don't know, but I know that 72 times 4 is 286,420, somewhere around there. And they're like, what? How did you do that fast? And I'm like, I don't know. I like it's simple multiplication. If you keep the unimportant parts out of it, if you keep like the 2190, if you keep the 191 out of 21, if you keep the 191 out of 2191 times, and you keep the 366 out of 4,366, if you keep the 366 and the 191 out of it, and you just say 4,000 times 3,000, it's 12,000. It's simple, right? And so that was something I always had a stronger thing, I think, my entire life than most humans. Math is not hard if you're imprecise. Right? Math is not hard if you're imprecise, and I would say most of the time you don't, unless you're doing a test at a math school, like if you're doing a math test in school, you have to be precise, but it's almost never precise, I would say. Not for measurements, not for not for cash. You could be off $8. It's going to be okay. That's not the end of the world or whatever. I would say you want to get within 10 generally, and I would say I got within like 100 or like so. What I was trying to do, 4 place numbers like 3999. See, so what's 3999 times 2782, right? So I round up to 4. I ran the 2782 up to 28, and I say 4 times 28 is it's like 72. Yeah, so 72,190, something like that. And they're like, what the fuck? They're like, yeah, you're off, but you're not off by much. And I'm like, yeah, I know. And that's how you use math. Yeah, that's why it's very important to be smart. You want to be a drug dealer or something like that. You better spin out that fucking math. Like, what's 90 times 70? Real quick, it's 630. It's not fucking hard. It's not fucking hard. 630. It's not hard. That's not hard. That's not hard math. It might seem like it, but it's and that was the kind of math I had to do. I was like, all right, well, supposedly I might do 90 times 32. That's not too hard. That's 276, right? And so so it seems easy, but it's because it is. It's simple. It's simple 2-digit multiplication, like 12 times 4 would be 38. Or what? I mean, 12. I'm sorry. 48. Did I say 30? I meant 48. So yeah, that's why I got my brain broken here. But it's hard for me without seeing the numbers. I got very bad learning disabilities and stuff. So but anyways, like I have a particular way that I do all of that, and I would say that it's not the same as a very precise mathematician who would appreciate accuracy. I don't appreciate accuracy. I appreciate speed. I want to know how to calculate 12,750 crit times 2 if I headshot the guy. That's going to be 25,000. Right? And so I need to know. I want to know what 12,250 times 2 is going to be. That's like that's 25,000. It's not that hard. That's 12 and a half times 2 would be 25. So you get rid of the zeros and it becomes very easy. And the map becomes this like tool that you can do very quick. And then people will literally say to your face, "You're a super genius." I've had it happen before. I've had people be like, "You're a fucking super genius. How did you just do that math in your head?" I'm like, "I don't know. It's not fucking hard. It's 12 times 8. It's not fucking hard. What's 12 times 8? That's 96. You know what I'm saying? It's not that fucking hard. So I say 96,270, and they're like, "Jesus Christ, you're like a super math genius, but you're not. You're just not accurate. You're fast." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." And all my life, including my mother, I would say, my mother loved me and believed in me. I'd have no complaints about my mother, but all my life she's maintained that I'm bad at math. But I'm actually kind of not. Though. I'm not really bad at math. I've told her all my life too. I've argued and died on that hill with her. I'm like, motherfucker, I'm not that bad at math though. I know what 81,000 times 7 is. It's not that fucking hard. It's 8 times 7, 56. It's 56,000 something. It's 56. Call it half. 56,500. It's not that fucking hard. And yeah, sure, I'm inaccurate, but I'm up there. I'm up there fast. I knew what it was going to be, and so trust me, that speed can be part of it. That speed is part of it. If you can do that math fast as an MMO player, yeah, you can calculate what your fucking throughput. I've never thought recount was necessary because you can calculate what your fucking throughput is fairly simply with your fucking mind if you have a good one. Most people don't bother to, is their problem. I've never understood how you can watch all those fucking numbers. Like right now, I can go on out to the belt again. Like we'll switch to Eve, right? And I can tell you fairly what the incoming DPS is. I'll prove to you in real time. I'm not good at math. I'm just fast at math. I'm proficient at it. I'm not good at math. She's right about it. That's the silliest thing. She's right in the respect that I'll almost never give you the right answer, but I'll be fuck close, fuck fast. I'm talking fuck close, fuck fast. I'm talking, what's 14,970 divided by 3,730? Going to be about 7,160. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm sorry, 14. I'm sorry, I was thinking 21. Excuse me. 14 would be, you know, what is that? It's like 12. It's like 12,960, something like that. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, that's, I mean, and they're like, yeah, you're off, but you're very close. And I'm like, yeah, that's how it's been my entire life. And they're like, it's mathematics, you must be accurate. And I'm like, not unless I'm hanging a painting or something. No, if I'm doing fucking RPG shit or drug dealer shit or counting my paycheck or any of that shit, like, I seriously, all my life it's been like that. I remember we used to get our fucking paychecks. I'd be like, yo, I used to work at Subway. I remember this shit. I used to work at fucking Subway, so I'd go in there and I'd work all fucking week for like a 40-hour fucking bid so I could like get back up to a car and start driving again, get out, start banging girls and selling drugs and doing crazy shit again, because I was just off the hook crazy. I was, you know, I've had kind of a bad life, and so I was like off the hook crazy, so I go back to working at Subway for like 6 weeks, all day, every day, for 40-hour weeks and whatever, 50-hour weeks and stuff. And so I'm in there, and every week I come in and I get my fucking paycheck, and I'm like, oh man, I got no money, I'm broke now. And so I'm like, hold on guys, I want a sandwich. They would sell us a sandwich, but they like it was like cheap, you know. It'd be like you had like one free sandwich a day, and I would eat there twice. So like the second one was like 50% off or something like that. So I'd be like, oh man, I have to, you know, I have to like go get my money. So I would go cash my check. I'd come back. I'd be like chilling with the fucking teenagers, and I'm like 35 and shit. And they're like, what the fuck is this 35-year-old stoner dude doing here? I don't know, but you know, but I'm like there and I'm grinding like them. I'm sure they're trying to get cars because they're teenagers and shit. I'm grinding because I'm like 35 and I'm trying to get back up and get the re-up again. You know what I'm saying? It's totally different. And you know, and so we're all chilling, and I like slap the money down on the table, and I'm like, oh, here's $740. But I'm like 20. I go through all through like what 24 bills or whatever it is, you know, and I'm like, I lay down on the table, and I'm like, stuff my wallet, and they're like, what the fuck did you just do? I remember a couple of them were like, what the fuck did you just do? And I was like, budget for the fucking entire month down to the cent. And I was like, that was my drugs, my car, my gas, my paying my friend for rent, I mean, and they were like, Jesus Christ, dude, that was like 90 seconds. And I was like, it's not hard. And like, they were like, Jesus, you know, and like, trust me, if you're actually working, you want to know what every cent goes towards. It's not the shit about, oh, let's go to McDonald's. It shouldn't ever be like, if you're a working man, don't ever go impulse to McDonald's. That's the last place that you should ever be. You should know where every fucking cent is going and why you're doing that shit and why you're basically a slave for somebody else's fucking interest, for somebody else's shit pittance pay. I've always thought that $25, even when I was a kid, is still shit pittance pay. If you really want to get something done in this particular country, $25 is shit pay. That's not a living wage. It's never been a living wage. It's not been a living wage my entire fucking life. Even back then, I remember my father would order McDonald's when I was like 7 years old. And it was still goddamn $17.80 or some shit back when, you know, the minimum wage was like $4.60 for like 3 people to eat. So you don't go to McDonald's even if you're like rich. Warren Buffett doesn't really do it. That's something that poor people do. It's very weird, like, why they do that. They like self-destroy their own money on impulse purchases like that. If you're gonna do that, be a degenerate gambler or drug addict like me. And set aside $5,000 to go to the casino. I literally did that one time. I set aside $5,700 to see if I could actually crack the code on 5-card fucking draw. On VLT 5-card draw. I was like, I'm gonna take this jackpot, and we did take the jackpot, but I still was 1,700 under. When we caught the jackpot, it was early. That was the weirdest thing. We caught the jackpot early at 3,800, and I had to let the girl walk with it too, because like I was like, motherfucker, you know. And it was so weird. It was her money. She won it with her money that I loaned her, and I told a story about this a couple weeks ago, but it's just kind of funny. We hit that jackpot that I've been in there chasing for like 5 months. I won that fucking jackpot. I won that jackpot. My mom doesn't want to believe it, but we did. We stepped with fucking, I believe it was like $2,800 or something, I think. And at that point, I had only spent, I think it was like $3,450. And I've been telling her this for years. She was like, you blew your money on gambling, some of it. And I was like, nah. I went in there with $3,700, and I walked out with 31. And yeah, for 5 months, I drank for free. I banged hot fucking strippers. I gambled on a VLT like machine. And when I was at work driving as a taxi driver, I'd be on my cell phone all day trying to play 5-card draw, fucking trying to show the world that I could play 5-card draw fucking perfect. Because if you're a gamer and you're so smart, why aren't you rich, right? Why aren't you rich, right? It's a question that I've always like really tripped on. If you think you're so fucking smart, you want to talk shit about other people and try to bring their work down and shit. You think you're so fucking smart, why aren't you fucking rich? I can't stand it when people fixate and bullshit like bullies attack me and shit. Because trust me, that's like the poor attacking the poorest person that you know. That's what it is. You shouldn't attack me all day on this stream bullshit because it's like ghetto ass trailer park boy bullshit retardation shit that poor people do to other poor people. And it's what I've been trying to avoid my entire fucking life. Try to avoid catching assault charges. Try to avoid catching fucking people trying to kill me with circular saws. And I didn't manage. You know what I'm saying? I didn't manage. Because y'all kind of like shit up the place with your I'm a poor person so I'm gonna attack other poor people. You wanna treat somebody like you wanna attack somebody on the internet, you wanna be a bully stalker, go hit up Drake. You might make some money out of that. You'll never make any money or anything at all out of attacking me. You're just a poor person attacking another poor person. And nobody respects it. Your friends might act like they do because they're naive. But by the time you're 25 and you understand how sucks it is to be fucking poor, you know what I'm saying? Like when your little dead ass hasn't done anything yet, you don't have a job and you're a loser and shit. I can smell it a mile away. And you're like a jail dummy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you're like that, you don't attack the other poor people. Go find a rich person to attack, scrub, naive bitch. You know what I'm saying? You little naive scrub bitch. Go attack a rich person. You'll look for the poorest person on the fucking internet to attack because you think it's funny or whatever. Go attack Drake. Like, for instance, I've got a story about this, right? These idiots used to hang around in the live chat when DJ Khaled used to talk, right? DJ Khaled would get on his Facebook and TikTok all the time and talk to people, you know, and stuff because he's a rap star. So the people who didn't like him were watching him for months and months, right? And then sure enough one day, he takes a fucking picture of his fucking credit card to brag on fucking whatever it was. I believe it was like it was Twitter, I think. And inside of 35 seconds, somebody blew $800,000 off of his credit card. Now, I don't think they were there expecting a credit card. I think it just happened. You want to stalk somebody? Go stalk somebody who actually has any money. Your poor ass keeps attacking a poor ass because you're dead ass. You're a dead ass shit person. Go get a real fucking target. I'll tell you like I tell my people that I trained in Eve, and I'll tell you how I trained my driver and my ex-partner and all these other people in the drug game and all the stupid ass shit that I've done, you know what I'm saying? And the actual raid leading that I've done that I've got the audio recordings of that you don't think I did, that I did. And all this stupid ass shit, you know what I'm saying? When I've been a leader amongst men, something that I'll teach you about this. You don't go get like trust me. You don't. Okay, if it's the LA riots, right? I'll hit you with some old kind of I would say this is Jello Biafra, right? If it's the LA riots because of Rodney King, and I know that's beyond your time. You weren't even alive yet, but I know you probably heard about it, right? Think George Floyd or Ahmaud Arbery, like that, but 20 years ago. In LA. So what did the people in LA do? They burned down LA. They burned down South Central. And sure, I understand anger, and I like the revolution. I don't like these cops like killing my brothers and all this shit. No, I don't. No, I do believe you probably should burn something down. But here's the advice that the funny, smart people gave to that whole movement that they didn't respect or listen to, right? That would be if you are angry over fucking like police brutality and shit. You want to burn something down. You want to fucking burn something down. You don't burn down fucking South Central. You take a 5-minute drive to Rodeo and you burn down fucking Rodeo. You don't burn down fucking Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hello? Oh, howdy. Hey guys, I got a real life visitor here. I got somebody at my door. I'll be right back. I got some good chips. Yeah, they got me some chips. Yeah, they got me some chips. Yeah, chips. I like chips. I told her, I was like, it's simple. Buy me some chips. You know what I'm saying? She finally got it. All right. Anyways, she was like, "What should I get you?" And I'm like, "Chips, motherfucker. You raised me on pizza, burgers, and chips, and all I can think about is pizza, burgers, and chips and beer." You know, I like beer. I like beer more than Mark Twain liked beer. I like beer like I like pussy, and I don't care what anybody thinks about it. I'll never care what anybody thinks about that. I like beer like you know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna leave it before I get any more sexist than that. I like beer the way I like women, and I've never been ashamed of admitting either one. I'm sorry. I've never felt bad. I've never thought, oh, the prohibition might be right, or any of this shit. Or the fear about the alcohol should be right. No, I'm quite the opposite. I'm like, nah, no, no prohibition, no. And like, never been good. Not good for anybody. Really toxic for everybody involved. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. And so, anyways, cool. So she bought me my meds, which is good. I can finally get to sleep. It's so good. It's so good. Yay. Losartan, omeprazole, and mirtazapine. Very good. I'm an old man on drugs. You shouldn't listen to me. I am an asshole. I'm an old man on drugs. Oh no. Are you on drugs? Yeah, doctor ones. Yeah, doctor drugs. Yeah. You know, the worthless ones. I'm feeling feisty tonight. I've been telling some good stories and providing some good content tonight, I would say. So, like, we're going to get down to it. So, I like the conspiracy stuff. I do. And this guy's interesting. He is. I believe the stuff that he is saying is good. Most of it. Not good as in believable. I'm saying it's all good to understand it and be educational about it and understand what people believe. What people believe. And I'll hit you with this, right? How I've always viewed it. I was telling a story about how one of my best friend believes that the Hollow Earth is real. And I don't know what to do about that because I absolutely do not. So I just respect what he believes in and I let it go. And I don't try to argue with him. And I've never tried to argue with him. I said, "Oh, you believe that, huh?" And he was insulted. And he was like, "Yes." And I was like, "Okay, cool." I don't say, I've never had I didn't need Yellow Wolf to verbalize what it is I've always thought my entire life, which is try hard to respect people for what they're believing in, right? And I've never heard it said so gracefully and beautifully, and that's from a white rapper. But I mean, you know, hey, there you go. You know, and I'm not surprised that Michael Wayne came up with that. I'm not. He's my favorite rapper. He changed my life. Absolutely, stuff like that changed my life when he said simple stuff like try hard to respect people for what they're believing in. It's not hard, you know, it's not hard. You just respect them for it. So you say, okay, cool, you believe that. I've never understood how you believing something ever hurts me, you know? That's that thing that the right wing and the conservatives never got. They never got that atheists or people who are pro-choice and shit, they're not evil. It doesn't matter what they believe. You just believe differently. That's it. It's okay. And I understand with the abortion thing, you'll never believe that. But that's okay. But I mean, I don't know. I don't understand this whole thing about you think because they think differently that they're evil or something like that. It's just somebody else who believes something else different from you. It's very hard. You don't want an echo chamber. You don't want an echo chamber, you know. Life on the sun is goddamn stupid. The sun causes life. It is not. It cannot support life. You cannot live on the sun. Oh my god. If you're a ball of gas, you can live on the sun. But no, you can't just go stick some space station a few thousand miles from it. No. It will fry. It will melt into whatever it is. It doesn't matter. It will never... You could have blast shields of huge layers. I mean, you would have to. You'd have to have huge, huge layers. But I mean, that close to the sun, anything near it is just going to get sucked into it, I would think. I don't know. How does gravity work with the sun? Do you get sucked into it? Yeah. 6 grain seeds. Oh, I have to go back. Dude, go back. Yeah, like they say there's a core at the center of the earth that's hollow. I think I could get down with that. Something living down there. I never did finish the story, right? So, okay, so when I was a kid, they took us down in a really deep mine, about a mile down. I remember it took like an hour to get down there. We had to ride this really slow thing down pretty fracking far. It was like pretty far. And they had us wear like 6 layers of clothing, and they were very fearful of us getting sick. Because you get down there, it is freezing. I mean, you need essentially at that point, you need like a hazard suit that's getting like warm stuff, like, you know, warm air pumped into it to stay alive. I think it gets that cold down there. And so we went down and we visited for like 5 minutes, and they were like, okay, we're going back up again, but here's what it's like about a mile down below the Earth's surface. And that's just a mile. You know what I'm saying? We know that the Earth is thousands of miles in circumference, right? So, like, you know, I don't know, man. Like, that thing about sure, the Earth might be hollow. I'm willing to concede that point. He's right. The science does support that. I think I would be okay with saying the Earth's hollow. What I'm not okay with is saying anything alive down there. No. Past a mile, you're dead. You would need... Even, I mean, there's no point. There'd be no way. If you're down that deep, where does the air would be so stale at that point, there wouldn't be oxygen down there. You know, there's all these other scientific problems with it that I've always struggled with. And I don't want to get stuck on hollow earth. I just don't believe it. And then on top of it, okay, my other friend who's dead now, right? He's dead now. He had some problems. We know because he committed murder before he committed suicide. And he had some problems, and I don't feel that I was part of these problems in any way or form. I think it was him. He had problems. And he was a very dear friend, very smart man, kind of like this guy. He reminds me a lot about this guy on this video. He believed all this stuff that this guy believes. But the big one for him was the dark side of the moon. He full-blown really feared the dark side of the moon. He believes that there's obelisks and a civilization back there, and that they're staging, and that they've got, like, you know, Luke Skywalker X-wings and stuff, and they're ready to just move on us at any time, but we have some kind of like agreement with them, some kind of alien agreement or something. And then he starts slapping down pictures, both physical ones and digital ones, of the dark side of the moon. And I still don't know what to think about that. Excuse me. I need to drink some water. I'm sorry. I got a gorge rising. So, I still don't know what to think about that. I've seen some things that okay, one time I saw one that we tripped over for like a year, and I've tripped over my entire life. There's these kids playing soccer, and this fucking alien just steps out from past the stop sign. And that thing was not it was not fucking Photoshop. And it scared the living shit out of them. And I've seen remnants of that in other places. I've seen other people who were affected by that one. That particular video affected a lot of people. And that one made it very difficult for me to believe that there was an extraterrestrial life. It made it very difficult. And then, of course, seeing the obelisks on the dark side of the moon. And I don't know why there's like an obelisk back there. I don't know why there's dead culture in the shadow of the dark side of the moon. I don't know why they're back there, but they're back there. And they've been back there. I don't know why they're there. I've seen the many pictures of the dark side of the moon, and I really wish I hadn't. I don't believe they're there. I don't believe in them. I don't believe there's aliens there, or some lost, like, you know, like cut or sect of the human race or whatever, you know. I just know that they're back there. They're actually back there. Like he knew it. Like we all kind of knew it. Like when you see the pictures, you're like, oh no, this is not Photoshop. No, Photoshop couldn't ever have done this. Photoshop couldn't have done that. The pictures that I've seen of that, so amazingly ornate and crazy and shitty. And when you see it, you want to believe that it's an artist, but it's not. It's not an artist. The Dark Side of the Moon is not an artist. It's like, you know, like space rover pictures, mere satellite pictures of, like, you know, a dark race of something back there. When you see it, you're like, oh no. When you see it, you're like, nah, that's not computer generated. It's not some Photoshop lie. That's a civilization back there on the dark side of the moon. And I don't want to believe it. I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. I don't believe what I saw. I just saw it. You know what I'm saying? That one was hard to choke, right? There's been a few in the conspiracy, the conspiracy ones that scared me, that I've always thought maybe I would die in a plane crash because I knew. You know, there's a couple of bad ones, like the 9/11 one's always funny, but I mean that one, I don't know, that one I actually believe. And then but I don't want to. I don't want to believe that we bombed our own citizens. I've just seen the shape charges go off. It's the same thing. Like when you see incontrovertible evidence that computers and Photoshop couldn't have done at the time when the footage was taken. You know, you're like, oh no, that was real. I remember one time I was watching a Chinese moon landing. And then you saw the air bubble go up, and it turns out they're way down in the Marianas Trench or something like that. I saw that. That was crazy. When you see the bubble go up, you're like, oh, this moon landing was entirely staged underwater. They did a pretty good job with it too. The water wasn't moving at all, so you really just couldn't tell. There was no current. Because they were like they probably weren't in a trench. They were probably in a pressurized cube. You know, and the water was not moving because it was like basically a tank. You know, it's like a tank. The water was not moving in anywhere for him. So until an air bubble like from the floor floated up, you really believed that it was the moon landing because they dummied up the floor. They got the water where it wasn't moving, and then they got the footage really shitty because you're supposed to believe that, you know. And then the footage is shitty because supposedly it's in space, but it's actually underwater. You know, I always wondered if that's maybe how they staged the moon landing for America. You know, there's all these ones that are disrespectful to the victims or the people who did it. So I just try to stay away from it. I believe these things sometimes that I don't like that I believe, but then you see proof. You're like, nah, you know. I saw one that I've never been able to forget. The goddamn driver leaning around backwards and capping JFK in the face, which would be the magic bullet. That's the magic bullet. The driver just shot JFK in the face, and all and that senator. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy, and I've never been able to let that one go. When I finally did see that one, I didn't go looking for this stuff. My stupid-ass friends went hunting for it. I've never gone looking for... The only evidence I've ever gone looking for is the shape charges. I've seen like 1,800 different fucking like versions of all those shape charge videos. It's a shape charge. They ran... I mean, to burn those girders in 9/11, it would have been shape charges. You know, it was shape charges. I've seen them. It was shape charges. I watched the building implode. It was a very controlled demolition. It was like when you look for it in the right place, you can see the shape charges going off down the building as that plane hits. Like I'll never forget that one. That wasn't Photoshop. That was the goddamn implosion of our own building to cause like some kind of world drama, you know. And I've never trusted the government since. I don't go looking for conspiracy stuff. I don't like the fact that I believe in a lot of it. I don't like the fact that I believe in QAnon. But here we are. You know, the people who say that they're out to get QAnon are actually QAnon, right? And the QAnon people are not wrong about the cultural elite having sex with children. They're not wrong with that about that. We had so many convictions in real court. So many convictions. Matt Gaetz and all this weird shit. Like, you know, Jeffrey and all this. We've had so many convictions in full-blown court now. They aren't lying about the cultural elite having sex with children. That's not some fucking crazy conspiracy theory. That's not, I mean, we've had so many court cases now. That's not some fucking theory. I'm terribly sorry. I really wish it was. That is not a fucking theory. Many of our cultural elite are going up for sex charges with children right now. A bunch of them are congressmen. It's disgusting. So there, you get off on. I realize that I am kind of a conspiracy nut, and I don't believe in aliens. I really don't. I love X-Files, and I love all the alien culture stuff and all this, and I want to believe, right? I want to believe, but I absolutely do not until I fucking see something, and I mean, I saw evidence of humans in the dark side of the moon. I think that could have been aliens, but it looks like human cities to me. You know, it looks like human cities to me. I don't know. It was like a mix of alien and human. It was disgusting. Obelisks and just weird, like culturally foreign shit that I had never seen before that I'm supposed to think is cool. But it was just culturally foreign and just looked alien to me. Obelisks and weird buildings that were built for like zero grav and stuff. Nobody on the streets because it's zero grav. It's just like a dead, weird, skeletal fucking structure of city stuff and shit. The worst part about all of this, stuff is when I went back 10 years later. There was this point where I just had to say, I can't sway this. I can't save my people. I can't stop them from acting like this, and I don't know what the truth is. So I stopped caring. Right? I stopped caring. I stopped being a Karen. I stopped doing it. I was like, man, I don't care, Pierre. I just don't care about. I don't see how it benefits me or my family or my situation or any of that stuff. I don't see how it benefits anybody, this fear and this paranoia. So then, so I go looking back. I go looking back for certain things that I had seen, and I cannot find those things anymore. Like when the alien stepped out from behind the signpost, I can't find that one ever again. When Alex Jones caught Obama shaking Baby Bush's hands at Bohemian Grove, I can't find that one ever again, and I watched that one with like 6 people. It wasn't just like me alone in my bedroom watching something I found on the internet. I watched with like with like my band and my best friends and shit, stoned one evening while Alex Jones caught Obama shaking Baby Bush's hands at fucking Bohemian Grove. I wasn't the only one there that night. I'll never forget it, and I never trusted any of them again. I was like, nah, man, I don't know what it is, but watching you guys run against each other in an election and then shake hands at Bohemian like that, later that night, I never trusted any of them again. I don't trust Obama. I don't trust Biden. I don't trust fucking Trump. I don't trust any of them. I think they're all a cabal of whatever. I just don't, I don't even care to put a label on it. I don't know what they are, and I don't care, I just want them out of here. That's it. I want them out of here. I want the sycophantic succubi out of my leadership system. I want them out of here. We need leadership in America now. Not talking about like the border. I need leadership. I'm talking about like actual leadership, as in 1 in 5 Americans can't read. 1 in 5 Americans are on the streets. 1 in 5 Americans can't pay their rent. Et cetera. It just goes on like that. Like that shit is just bad, man. Like, listen. If you listen if you listen real quietly, listen. Did you hear it? A child's stomach grumbled somewhere. Did you hear it? Because it's like that. It's like that. It's like that now. I don't hear them talking about policy or anything at all. The infrastructure is good, and the speeches are good, but I need you to actually do something now. The do nothing Congress has killed our country, I would say. So now we're like, now it all sort of, the tribalism and the craziness starts to mix together, and the resentment and the writing on the wall, and they talk about civil war and stupid ass insurrections and stupid ass shit. I'm just like, man, I don't know, like that's not the solution that I see. Solution that I see would be education and treating the people better and getting the people off the streets and making sure that they get help. And I guess that would, but they labeled that Obamacare, and they handled it with derision. I don't label it Obamacare. I call it social welfare. It's a social welfare program. I don't know else what to call that. It's making sure that your weakest links don't die out there alone in cities full of people. And that's what happens too. It's the weakest links in your society who had something bad happen, so their lives aren't going so well, and they need help, and they need a helping hand and shit. And we abandon them when they need us the most, and that has made us a weak culture that other cultures don't do. Not all cultures do that, I wouldn't say. So it's sort of, I don't know, it's a little bit cannibalistic and sort of sordid and nasty. It's a little sordid and nasty, I would say. that whole mess. So all of it kind of runs into each other, you know. I go back and I look for videos of conspiracy theory because I feel like it all connects. I think the JFK connects to the 9/11, and the 9/11 connects to the aliens, and the aliens connect to the Hollow Earth, and the Hollow Earth connects to the QAnon, and the QAnon connects to the Deep State, and the Deep State connects to the NFTs, and the NFTs connect to the fucking bank robbery, and the bank robbery connects to the world banks and the IMF and the you see how I could just talk about this all night? It just goes off like we start listing off like Texaco, Halliburton, Trader Joe conglomerates and stuff, talking about like how corporations. You know what a difference between you and a corporation is, right? What's the difference between you and a corporation, right? Well, when you're walking up to a building and and there's a lady walking next to you, do you open the door for her? And I think most people would say yes, right? Do you charge her for you to open the door? And most people would say no. That's the difference between you and the corporation. The corporation will always charge to open any door, no matter what size it is. They are a for-profit entity. That's what you can count on them to do. You cannot count on them to follow the rules or have morals or ethics or not do inside trading or any of the stupid shit that they get up to, or Martin Shkreli's of the world, right? All the stupid shit that they get up to, like hiking up, like war profiteering off cancer meds and stuff like that. The Martin Shkreli, the dirty, rotten, liar, cheating scoundrels of the world, right? We can't really fix that because they're too entrenched now. We can't actually fix the corruption. I don't believe. But we can acknowledge that it's a problem, and I think it's a problem due to the fact that that guy's so desperate not to be the weakest link in the society that he will sell his morals and his decency to the highest bidder for whatever price. And I believe money is their god now. And I keep saying that, but I do believe it. I believe the human race is money. For the human race, money is their god now, and it's how they suss out things. It used to be about godliness and cleanliness. Now it's about money. Money is how you are sussed out, right? In terms of like your worth to society and such. These days, I have some money in theory, and already I can feel my in theory. I don't have it in actuality, but I have some money in theory in terms of growth when the changing of the guards occurs and I take over trying to lead this world when my parents pass. I take over their position as the elderly, and I try and improve the people around me, try to improve the people around me, try to educate them, try to make sure they're not the weakest links in the society and such. And I take over what they wouldn't cut. Like I talked to my best friend about this the other day. She's very angry at their generation for not cutting the purse strings, and she's angry at them. She's got poor hot girl problems because they won't cut the purse strings and stuff. And when they did, I was the first one to benefit. I think all the men were the people to benefit too. It's kind of sad. So it's like it's sort of shitty. It's sort of a bit sexist for that. Like I heard it said, it was like I think somebody called it like hashtag the struggle, when you're like beautiful and young and you shouldn't be poor, but you are because the world's shitty. The world's like really shitty. It doesn't matter. You're stuck working like wage slave jobs because you don't have education yet and all this crap, and you can't afford to pay the education because you're working wage slave jobs and all this. And the serfdom is affecting people really badly now. So the serfdom, it causes these issues and stuff. And so now I'm looking at this like, okay, I fix to inherit when the changing of the guards occurs. And I will take a look at trying to fix this world when the purse strings are finally cut, and et cetera, because they know what I would have done with the money. I would have spent it on drugs. Absolutely, I would have spent the money on drugs. So no, I didn't have my own family money ever my whole life, not at all. And I have a good family, despite it only being one surviving family member. I have a good family, and so I'm just saying, like, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, like, that's the difference. Like I am not the weakest link in the society, despite looking like that. I am not the weakest link in the fucking society, not at all. And that's the problem. I want that fixed. It's a bad situation, and all the conspiracy and the fear, it doesn't benefit it, I disagree. We've traveled space. I mean, I disagree. The final frontier is out there. We've been there. I don't know. I disagree. No. No. Yeah. You would never go to the center of the planet. It's Occam's razor is the best way to look at it. You would never go to the center of a hollow planet because it's just not easy. You can't breathe down there. There's no oxygen. You're freezing past a mile deep. Like you know, it's like whatever it is. It's like 1,000 miles deep or something. It's crazy. And if you go a mile deep, you start to freeze balls. It's definitely like below zero. So I mean, I don't know. You're gonna need Subnautica gear at that point because it's. I mean, you're not going down to the center of that Earth with our current tech. I would say. I don't believe it's hollow. I've seen nothing in my experience that would. Okay, so when you let's say you're making a snowball, are snowballs hollow? I've always thought of the Earth as this giant spherical snowball. Are snowballs hollow? Does anything ever? I mean, is anything that's rolled into a ball ever have a hollow core? I don't know. I guess if you put it there, yes, but no, I don't think it would ever happen by space carbon floating through space. No, I don't believe that's how the physics would. I don't believe the physics support the idea. You know. Bullshit. Some of it's really offensive bullshit. It's firebombed. No, I've seen the radiation children. I don't know about that. Don't look up. Don't look up. 5G. Ooh. Oh no. That okay. Now my friends have always had a healthy fear of the zombie apocalypse. That one does hit close to the cuff. The zombie apocalypse has always hit hard, kind of hard and close for us, because our theory, I would say, I'm not the only one in my crew who believes this. If the water grid goes down within 3 days, you're going to have humans in the streets drinking blood. 3 days, 4 days. 4 days, and they're going to be out there in the street. The rivers will run dry. The plumbing will run. They'll explode the plumbing trying to get at the water. When the water's gone and the grid goes down and the power won't run it, and nobody's doing their jobs, and there's wars and fighting everywhere and people shooting guns at each other and all this shit, right? By the end of day 4, they will be like zombies stumbling through the street, weak because they haven't had any water, too dumb and weak to even climb ladders or anything like that, just trying to get at you to drink your blood because they can smell water. They can smell the water in your blood at that point. They want water that bad. And so they attack you and they try to drink your blood because they're that thirsty. And that's what I think the zombie apocalypse always has been. I've always thought that the reality was much more scary than what their fantasy was. I've never thought they needed to have these undead things that you shoot in the fucking head to kill. I've never thought it needed to be that complicated. Take away the water and you've got human beings who are too weak and stupid from deprivation of water to do anything but slowly stumble after you and try to drink your blood. And the zombie apocalypse doesn't last long. It's like maybe 5-6 days before the world dies, and everyone's dead because at that point the water becomes property, and they fight over that. They bomb you when you try to come up over the hill to go to the Washington Lake or whatever, you know. That's it. I mean, I said the water is the zombie apocalypse. It was never some T-virus. They never needed to go as far as some T-virus thing like Umbrella did in Resident Evil. Just take away the water grids, and that's actually alarmingly, like, surprisingly easy to do. It's actually fairly easy to completely lose the water grid. I'm surprised it hasn't happened in this country a lot. It's a simple thing, that. So it's actually, the amount of work we have to do to make sure that doesn't happen is insane. And it's like, and it's what we do the most. Like, I would say the water company is one of the places where no matter what, you can always find a job there because they're never going to let that shit run out. They'll never do it. They'll just drain all the rivers first, and they'll let all the humans drink that water. World War water, you know. And these things about T viruses and shit, right? These things about T viruses, they aren't necessary. Just take the water away, is what I'm trying to say. Then you've got believable zombies. They don't have, they're demented, they're severely dehydrated, they can't move, they can't climb anything, they're exhausted, they're hungry, they're starving to death, they're thirsty. They think like refugees who've been kicked around on the Trail of Tears. You know what I'm saying? And they're gonna come at you and try to drink your blood because all the rivers have been sucked dry. All the water has been fought over and moved to bottles inside of warehouses defended by men with guns and shit. And we have this class war. That would be real. The real zombie apocalypse to me is a fairly simple one that has nothing to do with any fantasy about a T-virus or anything. Just take the water grid down. That's all I had to say. I believe in this. I believe in this. Yep. They just exist. Yep. That's a... Oh, that's a big mofo. That was just kind of accepted. Kind of funny. Chips. Mm-hmm. Mm. I don't know. I better go back. I seem to be losing this. Reset it. It is nullsec. I should take it seriously. I mean, it is not like a joke system. You know, it's not a joke system. I'm just gonna get out of here. Yep. Be right back. Oh, I forgot something. Oops. Oh, alright. This is a run on seeds. I'm making a run on seeds, and I don't want to do that. Fruit seeds, 1,300 a piece. Jesus. But it stacks, and that's what I need, so I'll take all of it. I mean, yeah, I've been buying those. No. Oh, I did. I bought those, yeah. Now grain seeds have sold out, and that is not good. Oh, damn it. Oh, nice. Oh, do I not have my chat on? I'm sorry. I thought I had it on. That's weird. I've had it on. I must have closed it by mistake. I'm so sorry. There we go. I turned it on. Nice. Yeah, sorry about that, Dave. I thought I had my chatty on. I put it on today. Or no, I had to restart my computer. I'm sorry. So I restarted my computer and I forgot to turn it back on. Sorry. It's good to see you. I'm gonna check my camera. Yep. Ye olden days. Put up their butt. And that's how they would put it up their butt. And around the corner. I'm doing pretty good. Today, I've been sleeping a lot because I just now got my pills, and I've needed these pills for 3 days. Blood pressure medication, sleep medication, acid reflux pills, and so I'm gonna take a couple of these because I need them. I didn't even think about it. I didn't take these yet. I do. I need to take like 2 of these. And my blood pressure medication. I am old. I got old. I used to be young. I've never been able to see the benefits of the pills until now, you know? But they help. I would say the blood pressure definitely help. Without the blood pressure pills, I'd be dead, I think. The amount of stress and bullshit that this job gives you, I'd be dead if I didn't have the blood pressure medication, I think. I've been dropping, like, I've been 147 over, yeah, about 147 over 110 for like 7 years or something. And they've been worried about that for a long time. Yeah, and yeah, that's good. It's good to know I'm not alone. Yeah, you know, misery loves company. You know, yeah, yeah. So and so I just never saw the benefit of the pills my whole life, but I do now. That not having acid reflux all my life is definitely been very nice. I've had acid reflux for like 10 years, and it's I got bad stomach issues from an attempted suicide. I've got bad stomach problems, and I definitely do have acid reflux, the likes of which would kill you. And so I like these pills; they're helpful. And the blood pressure now, my blood pressure sits like 127 over like 90 something. My blood pressure is so much lower. The mixture of hash, you know. They've got their big genes. I've got my hash pipe. You know what I'm saying? I've always known it. Like, they've got their big genes. I've got my hash pipe. You know. So, so between the hash and the blood pressure medication, marijuana, blood pressure medication, sleep medication, because I overcaffeinate just to be able to do this 12, 14, 16 hours a day. I overcaffeinate. I abuse 300 milligrams of caffeine every single day, if not 600, which is like drinking 20 cups of coffee, you know? And so I need the sleeping pills to even remotely get to sleep, and I need to up the dose. And that's going to be annoying because I got to go see my doctor here in a few days. That'll be annoying. I'm sick of the doctor's appointments and stuff, but I'm not sick though. I'm like not sick. Like they keep asking me, why are you here? I don't know. It's stupid. We're just covering the bases because I haven't seen doctors in years. So it's good to get it out of the way. Good to get every little problem taken care of and all of it, you know, dealt with. Man, I couldn't stack that, but that's okay. So cool. I did pull grain seeds. So there we go. So we're gonna come through, and yeah. Hey, that's cool. Yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go gardening. I will plant some seeds in your pot. I'll plant seeds all over your pot. Oh yeah, I love planting seed in your pot. It's just, it's so fun. It's just, oh, I love just pressing the buttons over and over again, and just planting my seed all up inside this nice bell-shaped thing. I plant my seed. Okay, here we go. I examine. I have planted my seed in this pot. Okay. I have a lot of seeds. You guys want seeds? I've got seeds. You guys want to buy seeds? I know I'm funny. People tell me all the time. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, why are you not farming this? I'm full. I'm full? When did I get full? Okay, well. Well, cool. So you, I mean, man, you take forever to kill these. Hurry up, you. Come back to base or whatever. There we go. Been mining some Eve. I built my own Rust server. That was fun. That took like all night last night. I built a Rust server, and I'm not using it for a little bit, but I will use it. Play other games. Try to keep the stream sniper nice and bored. You know. I love this thing. It reminds me of the DeLorean from Back to the Future. Hello. Hey. Oh, sorry. Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Thank you. Oh. I'm alright. I didn't know when I ruined my appetite. So I can come for eat it for lunch or something tomorrow if you want. I mean, if you don't want it, but yeah, right now I just ate. Okay. Okay. You want to do dinner tomorrow night? Sorry, I didn't know. Oh. All right, sure. Yeah, let's do dinner. Sounds good. All right, love, bye. Sorry. For some reason, they seem to think that I can't handle myself or I can't take care of myself. The boomers, they're boomers. My parents are boomers, and they've been obsessed with this idea all my life. It's just never made sense to me because I was in high-speed chases with police And I like, and I was around some racy women, and I definitely had like crazy kind of vocations and stuff that I chose to be. And I was kind of a man child most of my life. And and definitely the cops have been after me most of my life for a lot of bullshit. It's a lot of mistakes and a lot of like, a lot of sorrow and stuff for I would say my mother. But something I will say about them, they just don't think, because I play video games 16 hours a day, they just don't think that I can handle anything at all. And I look at it so far the opposite. It's actually a cute little cultural thing. I can't think of anything I can't do. I feel like I could probably get in like a bit like the Barefoot Bandit and fly a plane right now, having never done it before. I feel like I could jump I could parachute out of a plane. I feel like I could drive a motorcycle or a car or like a semi. I could drive a semi. I've done it before. I can do a lot of things, and this thing about, oh, you can't even handle your own dinner. No, I just don't care about dinner. There's a difference. I don't care about dinner. I've never been a human who worried about food. I come by fat, honestly, which is not exercising. It's not from eating. I don't pound food all day. I really don't. I might eat a lot, but I don't pound food all day. I'm not like a fat person. No. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm just I'm just kind of I'm just like, man, I don't know, man. Like I can assure you that in the last 20 years when I didn't live in your home, that I took care of myself. But they seem to think because they're parents and they love you and they're older and they're boomer, that because you had like kind of a fucked up life, that you don't have like motor skills or something, or that you can't take care of yourself. And I guess their way of showing love, that generation's way of showing love, is trying to do everything for you and tell you what to do. And I don't really want anybody doing anything for me. I don't want anybody doing anything for me. I don't like favors. I like doing them. I don't like receiving them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I like doing favors, like in helping people stuff, but I don't like help. I don't want people cooking my dinner. I don't want people worrying about me. I've always been absolutely fine, and I've never understood where they get that from. I've never been like, I've had pistols leveled in my face and shit. I've walked away from many bad walks and paths in life and skirted through being like a crazy drug dealer and a crazy thief and a crazy person. And a crazy, like, I've built my own business, my own successful business, my own LLC. Twice now I've done that. I would say successful in the respect that I've made more money than most people have made off streaming already, I would say. So I'm just, I don't know. It's just kind of weird. Like that thing about, it's weird because I know how I'm supposed to feel because I've seen it with the younger generations. My other best friend, she's got this bad imposter syndrome where she feels like, because we came up in small families, like small dysfunctional families, basically. Without much family and stuff, well, not family that was around, and we were survivors, both her and I would say. It's one of the things we have in common the most. We're both survivors, right? And I won't say much about her family. I'm just saying, there's this, like, she hates it. She hates how they treat her, which is like she can't do anything at all. But since the age of 16, she's lived on her own. She's paid the bills, whatever that means. Whatever it took. And like and like been independent since she was 16. She's 22 now. Just like me, exactly like me. Exactly like me. Like 6 years now. I'm so proud of her. She's been out doing this on her own. She had help, and her parents love her, and they take care of her when she needs it, but they're not in her life really. And I would say my mom has always been, but I mean I didn't always live with her, not for like 20 years. And so they get this feeling that because you don't show, you might have a drug addiction, or that you're crazy, or that you're dealing with a lot of problems, or stalkers, or crazy shit that like really like kind of weird people like I would say cult of personality people like us tend to deal with. When we're dealing with that stuff, the older generations, like her parents, my parents, they her parents are my age. I mean, her parents are older than me. Her parents are like 10 years older than me. But it's like weird, like it's weird. Like her parents and my parents, they look at it differently. I think where like the best that they can do is judge you and try to help you, I think. And it drives her crazy, and it absolutely does me, because many years I crawled out of the ghetto so many times. Many years. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know at what point I'm not supposed to talk about the actual truth, but many years I crawled my way out of the ghetto many times. I ran companies. I had businesses with people underneath me. I was a raid leader. I was a lead singer in a band. Many years, I did many things. I've traveled the world. I've been to I've been to like England and London and Paris and Spain and Mexico and Canada, and I lived in Hawaii for a year and a half. I've traveled all over this fucking world too. And this thing about I can't handle it. I understand that that's their neurosis. I think in reality they can't handle it, which is why they stack the decks by owning like 4 houses and never cutting the purse strings and having like 3 cars and nice lives and stuff. And they work for it. I'm not saying they didn't. They deserve this stuff. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying like it's kind of crazy. Like that stuff. I don't know. Like that stuff is like a distant memory for our generation. If for people even younger than me, it's like a joke. It's not even like a distant memory for them. They never saw it. It's a distant memory for me. They never saw help. They never saw help with rent or food or anything until like basically pandemic relief. Like nobody's ever saw help. So it's just sort of crazy. Like the survival mode of that definitely changes your frame of mind. So like it causes this dissonance where you're like, oh man, my family seems to think I'm some kind of scrub who can't handle doing anything at all. But that doesn't really jibe with a pistol-toting, drug-dealing, gangster, like credit card thief, hustler, taxi driver, like gamer, like world class gamer, if I do say so myself, etc. That doesn't jibe with what they think I am, which is like an Asperger's like idiot who can't do anything at all. And I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I don't know. I kind of coming up in the scene and digging my way out of the ghetto. And I've been homeless for 5 years of my life. I've been in and out of mental institutions and stuff. I am a crazy guy, I must admit, But I got to say, one thing I would say that they deeply seem to believe is that I can't handle it. They really seem to believe that I can't handle it. And there was a time when I did try to commit suicide when I had I can't handle broken hearts. I can't handle having broken hearts. Like I don't tell people that I love them when I should, because I can't handle the broken hearts. I can't handle it. I stay distant, and I'm okay with that for the rest of my life. I know that I can't handle the broken hearts, and I'm always in love with my best friend, and it's so stupid. And I know that I can't handle a broken heart, so I don't do it. I just straight up don't. I don't be loving them, I don't be loving them. I don't be loving them anymore because it hurts so fucking bad. It just hurts. It hurts all the time. The last real one hurt me so bad. I was like basically at her funeral and shit. She hurt me so bad. So I was like, nah, man, I'm not doing this anymore. And so now I'm like, I don't know, I don't know, the whole. I've built several businesses. I was a successful so-and-so. I was a successful this and that. I was a successful this and that and that and that. I was a long time this and that and all this, and I'm just going to leave the bragging out of it and just make the points, But there is a little bullet point for all the crazy things I did in my life where I absolutely can handle it. And the only side effects are some high blood pressure, some over-caffeination, and some and some fucking sleep medication. And if you give me that, I'm fine. I can fucking handle it. The world can end, and all my friends could kill each other, which I suspect is coming any day now. I'm okay. Trust me, I'm Mr. Remember that song by Mr. Akon when it's like, lonely, I'm Mr. Lonely, I'm Mr. Okay, I'm Mr. Okay, the bombs could fall right now, and I walk out my door, I'm Mr. Okay, nothing really worries me except the toxic assholes, etc., who can't seem to leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's called Don't Tread on Me. You know what I'm saying? It's what our American society was built on, and you don't respect it because you aren't a fucking American. You're just a piece of shit who can't leave me alone. You don't respect people's privacy. You aren't an American. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. You aren't even an American, dude. I'd challenge your goddamn patriotism. If you did, you respect my goddamn American right to privacy, you piece of shit. And fucking dox me and all that. So anyways, yeah, so we'll get off the subject, though. I'm not trying to get caught up in that whole world. I'm just saying, like, you kind of crawl your okay. What's that story? You know what my favorite story of all time is? It's Persephone. And if you guys don't remember Persephone, I'll tell the story. And I will tell it with some, I will be a streamer, and I will be a storyteller for the people, I will say. I will be a storyteller for the people. Gather around, children, and I will tell ye a tale. I will tell you a tale of Greek myth and intrigue and the doings of gods and managers and love. And love. Okay? So, but hold on, let me get out where I'm going here. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. No. Warp to location, there you go. No. Oh my god, please do what I tell you to do. Go back out. I hate that gated system. It needs to just be like, bing, you're out. Bing, you're back in. Bing, you're out. Bing, you're back in. It's like a door. Should be like a door. Instead, you guys made it all dumb, like it's a hangar. I know it's a hangar, but it still annoys me. There we go. Locations. Trying to get to that, right? I gotta do a couple things before I'm doing this well. Yeah. Oh, that looks good. Okay, good. So the story of Persephone, right? It is apropos to my life, I would say. Diameter, the goddess of earth, has a daughter, Persephone. In ancient Greek mythology and religion, Persephone, also called Cora, the maiden, is the daughter of Zeus and Demeter. I think I said Diameter, but I meant Demeter, excuse me. She became the queen of the underworld after her abduction by and marriage to her uncle Hades, the king of the underworld. The myth of her abduction, her sojourn in the underworld, and her temporary return to the surface represents her functions as the embodiment of spring and the personification of vegetation, especially grain crops, which disappear into the earth when sown. Oop, shit, I'm gonna die. Right, I forgot that I was doing this. Soups, I need you to actually get me out of here. Yeah. Just go, dog. Apparently, I will die. I died. That was cool. I deserved it. That was cool how you killed me in 10 seconds. I couldn't even click the button. I don't know what that was. But anyways, it's cool. I mean, I pulled like a lot more than I spent, I figured it would be like that. I don't know why you put all these mobs in that crappy thing. Maybe I'll go to the belt. I don't think those guys will harass me like those things do. I'll go to the belt, Well, really, it doesn't matter. I could just detonate, but it'll cost me skill points. I'm not going to do that. I'm just gonna fire up here. I'm not even gonna dock. This won't be but like a 15-minute break here. I'll be right back out here on the belt here in just a minute. I lost 4 million. I pulled in like 30. So whatever. I'm okay with losing 8 of that. Or I'm sorry, 4 of it. It's 4. I mean, it's 8 if I have to buy another one, but it's 8 of the 30 million that I've made. That's old school Eve. And I'm trying to play Eve old school, trying to play it how you actually are supposed to play it. So here we go. Autopilot to fracking, like whatever, to Jita, Yeah, get me to Jita. And then we'll come back here too, fuck that. Yeah. So, anyways, Persephone, right? I love how I try and go have a 10-second moment, and the game just straight up kills you. The game's like, nah. You've been tanking for 9.5 minutes, But when you alt tab, we're just gonna kill you. 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds. 10 seconds, you're dead. Like, come on, man. Like, build the game a little bit better. That we're half it's so slow paced that we're half AFK, and you really shouldn't do shit like that. Anyways, it's a venomous spring, the personification of vegetation, especially grain crops, which disappear into the earth when sown, sprout from the earth in spring, and are harvested when fully grown. In classical Greek art, Persephone is invariably portrayed robed, often carrying a sheaf of grain. She may appear as a mystical divinity with a scepter in a little box, but she was mostly represented in the process of being carried off by Hades. Persephone as a vegetation goddess and her mother Demeter were the central figures of the Eleusinian mysteries, which promised the initiate a happy afterlife. The origins of her cult are uncertain, but it was based on ancient agrarian cults of agriculture communities. In Athens, the mysteries celebrated in the months of Athenstarion were dedicated to her. The city of Episitherian Locri in modern Calabria, or southern Italy, was famous for its cult to Persephone, where she is the goddess of marriage and the childbirth in this region. Her name was numerical historical variants. These include Persephata. In Latin, her name is rendered Proserpina. She was identified by the Romans as the Italic goddess Libera. She was conflated with Proserpina. Myths similar to Persephone's descent and return to Earth also appear in the cults of male gods, including Attis, Adonis, and Osiris, and the Minoan Crete. So in mythology and literature, she is often called the dreaded Persephone and the queen of the underworld, within which tradition it was forbidden to speak her name. This tradition comes from her conflation with the very old chthonic divinity Despoina, whose real name could not be revealed to anyone except those initiated into her mysteries. As goddess of death, she was also called the daughter of Zeus and Styx, the river that formed the boundary between Earth and the underworld. In Homer's epics, she appears always together with Hades and the underworld, apparently sharing with Hades control over the dead. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus encounters the dread Persephone in Tartarus when he visits his dead mother. Odysseus sacrifices a ram to the chthonic goddess Persephone and the ghosts of the dead who drink the blood of the sacrificed animal. In the reformulation of Greek mythology expressed in the Orphic hymns, Dionysus and Melanie are separately called children of Zeus and Persephone. Groves sacred to her stood at the western extremity of the earth on the frontiers of the lower world, which itself was called the House of Persephone. Her central myth served as the context for the secret rites of regeneration in Eleusis, which promised immortality to initiates, right? And so the story, the mythology was an abduction myth, which is just terrible. And it's told in Hesiod's Theogony. It is told in considerable detail in the Homeric hymn to Demeter. Zeus, it is said, permitted Hades, who was in love with the beautiful Persephone, to abduct her, as her mother Demeter was not likely to allow her daughter to go down to Hades. Persephone was gathering flowers when the Oceanids, along with Artemis and Pallas, daughter of Triton, as the Homeric hymn says, in a field when Hades came to abduct her, bursting through a cleft in the earth. Demeter, when she found her daughter had disappeared, searched for her all over the earth with Hecate's torches. In most versions, she forbids the earth to produce, or she neglects the earth, and in the depth of her despair, she causes nothing to grow. And the whole point is, Helios, the sun, who seeks everything, eventually told Demeter what had happened, and at length she discovered where her daughter had been taken. Zeus, pressed by the cries of the hungry people and by the other deities who also heard their anguish, forced Hades to return Persephone. Hades complies with the request, but first he tricks Persephone, giving her some pomegranate seeds to eat. Hermes is sent to retrieve her, but because she had tasted the food of the underworld, she was obliged to spend a third of each year there, and the remaining part of the year with the gods above. And that's my problem. I'm destined to deal with the curse for a third of my entire life. It's not good. I don't draw some correlation between me and her. I'm just saying, when you get dragged out of hell, and you've eaten the pomegranate seeds, and you've dragged yourself out of hell 7 times, you might be able to handle your own life. And that's all I have to say about that. Like her, when you have been kidnapped to hell and back 7 times, something, and you've done the Odyssey or the Iliad like 7 times, you might be able to handle your dinner. I'm just saying. And I'm okay with their cute little assumptions of what the reality is, but it is not the reality, and I try not to be affronted by it. It is scandalous to me. It is scandalous to me to witness my own family us making assumptions that I can't handle my own dinner, or whatever. And I think it's this assumption that the Asperger's is crippling in motor skills and such. But it's actually more like, I just don't like living in the real world. You know, I don't like living in the real world. I never have. It's cutthroat. It's shitty. You know, if you're nice, they kick you while you're down. It's not a good place. It's you know. So there we are. I mean, can't believe I lost that venture over a 10-second alt tab. Fucking bad design, man. Come on. I work to it and I come back and I'm like, man, I don't know. Was that necessary? I mean, it is the cheapest ship in the game, so it doesn't matter. It's like literally a white cloth set. It's like a burlap set, you know. It's a burlap set with a stone pickaxe. No, it's a burlap set with a rock. But I can still hit sulfur and I can still sell it. That's Eve Online. Excuse me. Go ETH. I've heard about this. They just break. Tailbones just break. That's all they do. It'd be cool if it wasn't there. Mm. Why? Why? Some of it's so stupid. Why? Oh no! It's like some kind of dog suicide nebula. Like Mother Nature fucks up on, and she like farts one day, and then a dog nebula appears, where like a certain place in Scotland or England or wherever that is, like all the dogs are suicidal and they jump off bridges. It's like a glitch in the Matrix. Why? Why do the dogs jump off this bridge? Oh no. It's a mystery. We're never gonna know. We're never gonna know. Why do the dogs jump off this bridge? Why? It's like weird when you see true mystery that you're probably never gonna know the answer to. And you're like, why? Why are the dogs suicidal in this one London town? What's that? And I bet it's very factually, statistically proven too that this happened. I mean, the dogs leave corpses, and they're going to be documented, and they're going to be like, oh man, the dog suicide bridge. Okay, this is just what? I'm gonna go take a look at this. This okay, like some of this bizarre ass shit. It's just bizarre ass shit, you know. It's just bizarre. Dog suicide bridge. Yeah, the dog suicide bridge, huh? Oh no! Why did the dogs commit Harry Carey on a bridge in Scotland? What's the deal here? It's got to be some kind of nebula energy force field thing that like God farted or something. It's like what? It's Overton for them, bridge. Because dogs can't really jump 50 feet. I mean, that's going to kill you. That's going to kill a dog. Definitely break their legs, I would say. Probably break their legs. I mean, I don't know about kill the dog, but definitely break their legs. Definitely break all their bones. Why? Whatever could be the reason. When you see true mystery, it's just boggling. You're like, well, I mean, it's just gobsmacking. Well, okay, why? Why would dogs jump off this fucking bridge? I would know the reason why. It's some weird God particle thing. Something about it. Something about that place depresses the dogs. Maybe there's just not enough love there or something. I don't know. Oh no. 50 of them. Why? I like the Y-Files. Okay, thank you so much for the excellent content for my stream, the Y-Files. I have subbed and liked your channel. I get the feeling I'm going to like your stuff more than I'm going to like his stuff. So we're going to just hop over channels here because I feel like you're going to tell me something based in fact. This guy's just covering all the bullet points. I'm trying to get the actual really funny stuff. Not funny, but like as in like really fucking odd. Like mystery odd. Like I realize now that I have an obsession with weird, dark mystery. Not dark per se, just mystery, right? Like I need to finish her story because I still don't know what happened there. Like, did she kill his? Like, there's this dark story in the back of her story, where like the implication is, as I recall, and I might be wrong about this because it's like kind of a weird long game if you want it to be. It's the lady has a twin. They were separated at birth, across the street from each other. As I recall. I mean, these are what the hints and the clues said, and I played that game like 4 times, right? But the story is alarming. It's like, so there's 2 twin sisters. They grow up across the street from each other. They pretend to be each other. One lives in an attic, and one lives in like a normal little girl's room. And the attic girl never comes out except to go to school in place of the twin sister. And the twin sisters eventually grow up this way, where nobody in the community knew that there was 2 sisters. Everybody thought it was one, right? Hey, congratulations, Dave. I'm proud of you. Fuck yeah. Yeah. LP2 for everybody. Yeah. So yeah. So the sister the sister dies, and they oh sorry, excuse me, I don't know what happens with the sister, but I do know that the girl marries, which is what's so weird about it, because they're living, there's these two girls living one life, and they get married too, and the husband supposedly doesn't know that his wife is actually two different women. It was a very, very good story. It was really fucking weird. It was. I mean, I should finish it. That is the story. I'm fairly sure. I've done it like 4 times. That's the story that they laid out. And there's some mystery in there that solves all of it, I'm sure. But I don't know what that would be. It's kind of like this thing. Why are the dogs jumping off the bridge? It's weird when you run across mysteries that you don't feel like 50 years of sleuthing are gonna solve. You know, like it's very weird to come across that. That's like that movie Good Will Hunting, right? You run across like a problem every once in a while that you're like, oh no, I bet I could put 50 years into that and I wouldn't crack it. I wouldn't know. Like the dog bridge thing. I bet I would never know. I bet I could live there the rest of my life and study that bridge with the rest of every minute of the rest of my life, and I bet I don't find out why the dogs jump off the bridge. I bet I don't find out. I bet I could spend 50 years there on the fucking bridge watching every fucking dog jump, and I'm still never gonna know why the fuck they're jumping off that bridge. I would just not know. I would not know. It's I don't think I could find out. I think every once in a while you run into a mystery like that, right? So her story was kind of like that, where you're like, what's going on here? Did she kill the sister? Did she kill the husband? Because they keep that part of it away from you until the very end, I think. She's in a murder investigation, and she's in the cell with, like, in the interrogation room with the detectives, and she's talking to them about what happened, and they release the story to you in little bits and stuff, but there's this stuff that's missing that I don't know. And I've always wondered how her story ends, because it's like really pretty good. It's like pretty good, you know. It's like pretty good, that story. It's twisted and weird, good writing. It's very rare to see actually good writing, you know. It's the water. I would say it's the water. If I had to guess, something about the water does something to. There's some kind of alkali content in the water that depresses the dogs, or just makes them really dumb. There's probably lead in the water. If I had to guess, if I had to make an honest to God guess at this, right, as to why 50 dogs would have jumped off a goddamn bridge to their death, right? I'm gonna call my swing at it before the guy makes his conjecture, because I doubt we'll ever know. But before this guy makes his conjecture about what it is, I want to make mine, right? My guess as to why this would be happening would be, I call it the Flint, Michigan problem, right? They've got too much lead in the water, and it poisoned the dogs, and the dogs are dumb now, and they've got learning disabilities because their parents and their parents before their parents, their great-grandparent dogs, for like 80 years have been drinking water that has too much lead in it. I know. I have it paused. It's paused. I gotta pause it right here because I don't want him to tell me what the solution to this puzzle is until I make my guess. Right, Dave? Does that make sense? Right? I'm pausing it right now because because I want to make a guess at it before he tells us, because I like mysteries like this, right? Mystery stuff. So my guess is that the water has too much lead in it, and the dogs have been drinking it for like 4 generations, and their brains are dumb now, and they've got learning disabilities, and when they see the bridge, they don't see it the right way, and they go jumping up over the edge for some reason, because they've got some weird thing about curiosity, because they've got learning disability stuff, and something in the water, I would say, probably something in the water caused the dogs to be dumb, and they're not understanding that there's a 50-foot gap beyond the railing, because I have seen animals do that. They'll jump up to the railing, and then they realize that there's a 3-story drop like right there. Like they jump up to the rim of something because they can't see over it. And I think that's what you're seeing here. I think it's a mixture of some kind of poison to the dog's brains or some such. It would be the extreme of it. But what it would be more likely is it's just the way that the bridge is built. The dogs can't see over the rim, so they jump the rim, and they fall. And that would be my guess. If it's something about the way the rim is, either the way the rim is or something in the water would be my two actual guesses at what the solution is to this particular puzzle. I like puzzles like this, so I would say something in the water or something about the way the rim of the railing on the bridge is, right? And let's go see what he says it is. Because I doubt they know, is the other thing. I doubt anybody knows, but we're going to see. Maybe they figured out what this was. Beautiful. I wish to visit this dog bridge one day. I wish to visit this dog bridge. I have a life's goal now, to go to Scotland to visit the dog bridge. It's beautiful. The Baron of Rainbow Bridge. Why are the dogs jumping off the fucking bridge? Overton's death leap on Dog Mystery Unraveled. Oh, there's no sound, Dave? Oh, there's no sound? Oh, I thought because it was paused. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, the sound. No sound. Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah, I do have the wrong setting. Thank you for telling me, sir. I love you. Thank you, thank you. So here we go. We go there, and now you should be able to hear it now. So sorry. Sorry, I thought you could hear the background. I'm so sorry. My bad. No wonder people have been leaving. I'm so bad at this. I try to check the sound every single time. I try to. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I shouldn't switch between speakers and headphones, but I don't want to wear headphones for 105 hours a week for the rest of my life. I'll blow out my eardrums. I don't want to wear headphones all day. I really don't. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna deal with people telling me I had no sound. I'd rather deal with it like that than deal with the headphones 24/7. I'm not going to. So here we go. We're gonna start it over then. Sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to be rude there. That's I thought you meant because I had paused it. Yeah.
In Dumbarton, Scotland, there's a 19th century Gothic bridge that crosses a 50-foot ravine. It's officially called
a 50-foot ravine. It is the rim. The rim's really short, and they can't see over it. And it really seems, because of the parapet, that there's on the other side is just more land that they can run on, I think. And the dogs can't see over it, even like at the parapet, they can't sense it. So they jump the rim, and they realize that it's as they fall that it's a 50-foot drop. I've seen cats do this, and I've seen dogs do this. Animals can't tell what's over the rim. They're not tall enough. They don't know what's over there. They can jump up to the rim, but I mean, if they've committed to the jump at that point, they just go falling to their death, you know.
Overton Bridge, but its unofficial name is the Dog Suicide Bridge.
Oh no, do I even have to ask?
Since the 1950s...
Why is the fish talking? Shut up.
Hundreds of dogs have mysteriously jumped...
I'm sorry, that was incredibly rude. Is his co-host a fish that he voices himself? Because it's really hackneyed. But I mean, am I complaining? The content is fucking pure gold. So am I complaining? No. But he really should never. I don't ever want to hear the fish ever again. I don't ever want to hear that fish ever again.
Jumped off this bridge, and 50 of them died. Let's find out why.
Why? Why are the dogs jumping to their death? Why are the dogs jumping to their deaths, Dave? Why is Superman dead, Dave?
The ornate bridge leads up to Overton House, a 19th century manor built by wealthy industrialist James White on the outskirts of the village of Milton in the Scottish lowlands. It spans Overton Burn, a deep gorge with a small river. And hundreds of dogs have attempted to commit suicide by jumping off this bridge. And stories about Overton Bridge are all over the internet and have been featured on the TV series The Unexplained Files. There's even an entire book dedicated...
I think I might have to read this. Yes. Okay. Oh no. It's just so bad. It's just sometimes the internet. Oh, you internet. You're so duplicitous and silly. You're just a trickery, your little Hermes trickery, you little scoundrel, you little internet scoundrel thing. £15, I might have to buy this. God damn it. Every once in a while you see something that you must have now. Yeah, like I know, right? That's but no, but they don't care about the dogs jumping. They don't care.
But despite
They don't care. They don't value dogs. They don't care.
All this attention, the mystery is still unsolved.
They're humans. They're not nice people. That costs money, Dave. It costs money to put a suicide guard on a bridge. You know, nobody's gonna pay that. They got you know, they got to pay for schools and roads and stuff.
So what's going on here? There are those who believe that the suicides are caused by supernatural forces. They point out that the bridge's location fits the description of a thin place, which, according to Celtic pagan beliefs...
Oh no, the theory was magic? I really was hoping they weren't going to say magic. His theory is that it's magic. It's so fucking dumb. My theory, I tried to be as close to science as I possibly could be. And remember the two predictions that I made. Bad water and no rim on the bridge. Right? No. Like Dave said, why don't they just raise the damn bridge? Right? And that was my other guess, was that the rim on the bridge was bad. One or the other. Wasn't it? I made a point of pausing it, and I made a point of saying what my theory was before he said it. His theory is that Stonehenge druids cast spells on the fucking bridge. Damn it. You fucking moron.
Location where heaven and the earth meet.
Oh, I'd like to see a video on...
Oh, no. Don't ever let the fish talk again. I don't care if other people like it. I don't like that fish. I don't ever want it to speak again.
Another theory blames the White Lady of Overton.
It's just psychotic. Him talking to the fish is just really alarming to me. It kind of seems like a child has like he's only ever had an imaginary friend his whole life. And so he had to animate. It's kind of like, I always figured the ventriloquists were kind of like this. Ventriloquists always kind of bother me a bit, because it kind of seems like they needed an imaginary friend so bad that they made one up, and then they gave it a personality and started talking for it. And that's exactly what I think this fish is. And he's a ventriloquist, and ventriloquists have always bothered me. They've always bothered me. There was a great delivery of a ventriloquist. My favorite delivery of a ventriloquist would have been in American Horror Story with Neil Patrick Harris plays a ventriloquist for Freak Show. And it was so good. It was so good. The Neil Patrick Harris part of Freak Show was so good. It was just so good. And like, you know, and none of us really trust ventriloquists because they've got imaginary friends. So why does this guy have a fucking goldfish for an imaginary friend?
Video on 10 places.
That's a good...
And it sounds like a very bad, it sounds like a very racist rendition of a, I'm not even going to say it because it could be determined as hateful. I'm not even going to say what I was going to say. I'm just going to say the goldfish is also alarmingly racist. The voice is alarmingly racist. I'm sorry, but it is. It's almost blackface racist, and he's not aware of it. And he should be aware of it, and I should type it. I should be like, are you aware that your goldfish is a horrible stereotype that's actually, like, kind of alarmingly racist, and that you might not know that? Watch me say it. Watch me say it. I mean, I don't know. It's from a year ago. If this was popular like from a week ago, I would leave the comment. But I'm not gonna necro this fucking dog suicide bridge video, trying to make accusations that his goldfish is racist. You can see how I could get in a fight with this guy over this, and it could cause some drama, and he might be in here on my channel yelling at me if I made a comment like that. So I'm just not going to do that. But the goldfish is racist. It's racist. I know because South Park did this voice first. I know where he's getting this voice is the voice of Kyle's Jewish cousin. I forget his name. It's Herman, I think. It's Kyle's extremely Jewish cousin, Herman. And that's the goldfish voice that he's running. And it actually is incredibly racist. South Park was doing it in parody. This guy is unaware that he's incredibly racist. And I find that incredibly funny. This guy who thinks he's so woke, who knows everything about all these conspiracy theorists and stuff, has no clue that his goldfish is actually alarmingly racist.
Good idea.
Oh.
Another theory blames the White Lady of
You can't make this stuff up, and I really want to write the comments. I want to write the comment and just kind of shatter his whole world. Because I've done this before. I've shattered some humans before, kind of shattered their world when I let them know how silly they're actually being. That goldfish could be accused to be racist, and I could take his channel down, I bet. It's that bad.
Who haunts the Overton house. Now, her husband John died in 1908.
Oh no! Now he's saying ghosts. He's saying it could be druidic magic. It could be ghosts.
The widow to grieve for over 30 years. And after she died, she became the ghost known as the White Lady of Overton.
Ghosts!
According to local legends,
Come on,
the White
ghosts!
Lady has been seen in the windows of the
Fucking
house
ghosts!
wandering the grounds.
Oh,
breathing.
shut up,
Another
dude!
even darker story.
Yeah.
Describes it.
The ghosts talk to the dogs in their dreams about how they're never ever going to find a bone again, so the dogs commit suicide. I guess, right? What's the theory here? The dogs, the ghosts are extremely boring. So, and they haunt the dogs at night when the owners of the house are sleeping, and the ghosts are like these bad comedians that tell bad jokes that the dogs can't stand, like, and they sing songs like Henry VIII, like that movie Ghost, right, where Patrick Swayze sings Henry VIII for like 4 solid days, so he gets Whoopi Goldberg to go visit his ex-wife or whatever, his wife or whatever. I love that movie, and like that's what this reminds me of. So it's like, man, so so the ghost is part of the theory here, but we've got to follow this logistic thing of ghosts. We have to follow the logic of ghosts here, because even though it is a break of reality, that in the respect that it is a ghost, right? We're going to follow the logic through here. So are we to assume that the ghosts pick up the dogs and toss them off? They just yeet these dogs off the bridge? Is that the assumption here? The ghosts pick up the dogs and just chuck them off the bridge? Because if that's the case, perfect quality content, like in terms of comedy. The ghost chucking dogs is a good image, right? But it's still fucking retarded. It's still fucking retarded. I'm sorry. The entire ghost concept is fucking retarded. I'm sorry. So if it's not that, right? If the ghost doesn't, if it's not like if it's kind of like that movie Ghost, and the ghosts can't pick up the dogs because they're ethereal, and they can't pick up the dogs because dogs are real but ghosts aren't, right? So they can't pick up the dogs. Let's follow the old ghost theory through. So am I to understand that the ghost verbally abuses or bores the dog to the point where it commits suicide by jumping off the bridge? Is that where this, I mean, you got to kind of wonder, I followed it through. I took his logic, and I followed through what the assumption here that he was making was that the ghosts depressed the dogs so bad that they jumped. Or they just yeeted the dogs themselves. Either way, it's retarded. I followed it through. It was retarded when it started, and at its full-blown, like, logical conclusion, it's still retarded, and we're going to get off the ghosts now.
A terrible event that happened in 1994. That year, a 32-year-old father threw his own baby into...
Oh, no, we got a baby chucker? A bridge baby chucker. Oh, no disrespect to the victim. I'm sorry, I realized that this might be too soon. I did not mean disrespect to the baby, or the baby's family, or anything like that. I just didn't see it coming. Why is this guy chucking a baby off a bridge? God damn it, it's not funny. One of the funniest scenes I've ever... It's not funny! This content is not funny. It is, but it's not. Okay, the funniest scene I've almost ever seen in any video, in any movies from this old funny movie called Kung Pao. Right at the beginning of the movie, they're trying to say that this little baby is like the chosen one. He's gonna save the world and all this shit. And then there's this hilarious moment where his mom just yeets his ass down the hill. There's all this like intrigue about how he's the chosen one. He's gonna be the king of the world one day. And then she just is like, meh, and she just chucks his ass down the hill. And he starts rolling down this hill for a really long time. And you're like, oh man, that baby just got yeeted. And it's weird because this guy did that in real life. That was a comedy. This guy did this in real life. Why do humans do shit like this? Why are you yeeting a baby off of a bridge, you fucking shit nut asshole? Why?
To the gorge below, because he was certain that his child was the Antichrist.
Oof.
Oh no! Oh no! His excuse was that he watched The Omen. Oh no! He watched The Omen and he was convinced that his toddler was Damien. So he just chucked it. I mean, old school British, right around that puritanical age. I could see it. My baby's wicked, so I just yeeted him off the bridge, you know. And now the dogs are so depressed. And now the dogs are so depressed that I yeeted my baby. the dogs are like, goodbye, cruel world, and jumping off the bridge after him. What is the reality that we're looking at here? And this happened. Why is this happening? Why is this happening?
And the father was
and the theories that you step with are just utter garbage. What was it? It was like druidic magic and ghosts. That was the theories that you stepped with, which I'm so sorry. That's your first guess is druidic fucking magic and ghosts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Obviously, and committed to an institution.
I think you need to be committed to an institution. You thought the solution was druidic magic and ghosts. I don't know, man. I think you're the one who might need to be certified.
Local state.
I'm terribly sorry. Reality hits you hard, bro, but I don't know.
Dogs jump from the same spot.
Why are the dogs jumping off the bridge now? What could possibly be the causality? It's stupidity. It stinks of stupidity. It's not the dog's stupidity. It's the way they built the bridge stupidity. And I think Dave picked up on it. The bridge is fucking stupid. There's no reason why the dogs should be able to jump off it at all. And so, and honestly, Dave ended up being the one here who actually did have the good answer, I would say. Dave had the best answer, which is why the fuck don't they fix that bridge? And he's absolutely right. The fucking bridge is the stupid thing. The poor dogs are just curious dogs, and they're jumping to their death because they can't see over the rim.
Baby was thrown. They believe there's some kind of supernatural rift.
Nah, you just built the fucking bridge, dumb. It's like a 2-foot clearance. I'm surprised humans don't go falling into this mofo. They probably do. It looks like you can trip over this 2-foot embankment and take a 50-foot like frickin' plummet into a river. I think this bridge is goddamn retarded. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're not showing it too well. You're not showing the bridge too well because I think it's very clear why this is happening.
That affects.
Yeah, that's very clear why this is happening. It's a clearance of like 2.5 feet.
Dogs behave.
It's nothing. It goes to my knees pretty much.
Behavior. Now, most animal behaviorists agree that dogs don't commit suicide. Dogs can certainly become depressed, which leads them to waste away and die slowly.
What a cold, dark, macabre topic this ended up being. Why are we discussing dog psychology around suicide? I don't believe dogs would ever commit suicide. I just don't think that's in their DNA. I mean, maybe if their owner was dead and they're starving and they're like stuck on some fucking like platform in the sky on some mountain and they can't get down, I guess the dog would probably jump, I would say. Trying to reach the ground, take the broken legs and try to get out of it, right? I would say a dog would probably jump to get out of a bad situation if it was starving. I don't believe a dog would ever just commit hara-kiri out of depression. I don't think they probably have that sort of capability of that sort of, you know, I don't believe they think that much, you know. I don't think thought like that enters into it. I don't think instinctually suicide would ever be a thing that the dog would do voluntarily, no.
but there's no reason a normal, healthy dog would throw itself off a bridge.
No.
So what's going on here?
Well, yes, there is. If the bridge is goddamn stupid, yes, there is. If the bridge is stupid, there is very much reasons why cats and dogs would try to jump that rim and fall to their deaths. Tell me there isn't. Yeah, what the fuck?
The question is, why this bridge? Why Overton Bridge over all the...
Because it's like a 2-foot clearance. Give me a shot of the bridge. I really dislike how you haven't shown me what the bridge really looks like. It kind of bothers me. It's like you guys, you're kind of like dangling a carrot, and I'm kind of falling for the ruse or whatever. It's like some dumb ruse meant for rubes, because you won't show me the bridge, and I think if you were to show me the bridge, I'd be like, nah, that's why.
Here in this country.
In 2000,
I don't want to see that guy's face. I want to see the fucking bridge.
2006, Dr. David Sands, a canine psychologist.
All right, fine. What was this now? Oh, what was the name of it? It's like in Dumbarton, Scotland, right? Why is the yeah right? Yeah. I know. People are dumb as hell. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, you know what I say about this, Dave, and I've been saying it a lot lately, but I'm gonna start using it like some kind of fucking stick to beat my country with. Did you know that 1 in 5 Americans are illiterate? I just don't question the stupid anymore. I just assume it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. So Overton dog suicide bridge, right? I would like to see images of said bridge. I mean, like what's the clearance on this mofo? So it's coming up to her. The bridge looks goddamn dumb to me. Like the dogs are having so much fun on the bridge that they just jump up here and then they fall to their deaths. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. The clearance is like, what is that? That's like a foot. That's like a foot. It's like 3.5 feet. Look, that dog, you can see that dog right there is thinking about jumping the rim. You can see it. It's just tempting for the dogs for some reason to jump this rim. And you can see it. I'm tempted to jump the rim. It looks fun to jump this rim, you know? Because it's like 3 feet. You know, I kind of want to vault over it, you know? Kind of like when, you know, in the movies when they slide over the car, over the roof of the car. I want to see other pictures of it. Oh no, like the clearance. That's not too good. Whatever. I'm just gonna keep watching it.
Investigated the bridge. Dr. Sands said the way that
if you put a 3-foot jump, they're gonna jump it.
The bridge is constructed.
That's the let me be your canine behavior specialist, right? If you put a 3-foot rim, they're gonna jump it.
Probably a factor. The walls of the bridge are about waist high and
like what?
Completely solid. There are also trees and dense greenery.
Oh, the dogs can't see shit. The dogs probably think that that's like a slope of grass, right? And so they jump. It's not a slope of grass. It's like 13 feet of bush and the ground. It's like 13 feet of bushes and the ground. And the dog probably thinks that's like a grass slope that it can land on because they can't judge depth that well. Like that probably looks like something he can walk on. So they just jump on it and they die.
That grow higher than the walls. So there are no visual cues for the dogs to realize that they're on a bridge.
No, they think they're on. Yes, I would say it has a psychological effect on them. It's the bridge.
There's a drop on the other side of the wall. Also, the tops of the walls are tapered. So
oh no! It really looks like it would be only a couple of feet to the ground, right? It kind of does. The way the rim is done, it looks inviting, like the ground's just on the other side right there, but it's not.
So if a dog jumps on top of one, it's probably going to fall even if it realizes...
Oh no! And they like slanted the rim downwards, so if they jump up, they're committed. They slide in.
They made a mistake.
Oh no!
This explains why a dog would be unaware that jumping is dangerous. But why would it try to jump in the first place? Well, Dr. Sands has a theory for that too. He points out that minks were introduced to Scotland in the 1920s and began breeding in large numbers.
I never would have thought minks would have ever played a part in this. I'm sorry, but I just never would have thought.
In the 1950s. This is the same time when the suicides supposedly started. So not only are mink present in the undergrowth under the bridge, but also squirrels, mice, all kinds of forest critters that dogs enjoy.
He made me this collar so that I may talk. Squirrel!
Squirrel! That's me.
My master is good and smart.
I was playing Eve, then I watched this video. Excuse me, sorry. I was playing Eve, and then now I'm watching this video. I actually have to do stuff now. It's annoying. So we'll come back to this in just a minute, but I've got to buy a new ship here and then get back on the road, so bear with me. Insurance, kill report. I wish to buy all. Yes, just buy all, and we will fit, Yep. Good shit. How much is that? 3.8 went with 1. That's cool. I've got like 30 million sitting in that station. I can do this all day. I can lose AFK. Crappy ventures all day. It doesn't really matter. It costs nothing basically, and it pays for itself like after like 2 hours or something. So yeah. So we'll come here to the ship hangar. We'll get in this. What is it? It's like a venture, right? Yep. Oh, I bought a new venture, but that's alright. That's okay. I should take like a bunch of them out there, but I'm not going to do that yet. Venture, assemble ship, right? Then we come in, and oops, no wait. We get in the ship, so we come here to the ship hangar, and we look for a venture. Yeah, where'd you go? Oh, there we go. Make active, right? And then we say full-time job. Change name. Oops, no, that was not right. Oops, full-time job. There we go. There we go. Right, we come here and we say we want a certain skin in the personalization. We want this. Load strike. Yep, there we go. Clean ship, and then we will exit here. We will say fitting of the variety of which I just did. Simulate this fit, right? And then yeah, and then attributes and stuff, and yeah, and then just view fitting, strip fitting, or whatever. Yep, save state, and yeah, it looks good to me. All right, save state, and then we'll go. Yep, and then we'll go over here and we'll say exit sim, and we'll come over here and we'll say in our equipment under personal fits. No. Item hanger. No, not equipment, but browser, venture. What did I name it? I said, why is my fitting not here? It should be. Oh no, that's not Empire. So I'm looking for personal fittings, right? Full-time job. There we go. View fittings, simulate fits active ship. Good. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. That was good. That was like 10 seconds. That was the best fitting I've ever done. It was just fast and good. They've got the system much better than it used to be. I'm all set up here, except for got to make sure that the drones are in the bay. Yeah, the drones are not in the bay. Got to go get out here to the hobgobs and put them in my bay. And then I can go on autopilot again all the way back out. I don't care. And then, yeah, and then, so I don't see my drones, and I should. Let's see the drones that I bought. I know I bought drones. Like, there you go. I think I even want kind of more than just those, I think. I don't know, I'm tempted to. Oh, man. I could take infiltrators. I mean, they're expensive, but I mean, it would be better if I could do those, I would say. I don't like how, I mean, but it's too expensive, kind of. It's like, I don't know, man, it's a bit too steep. 4 million, that's what the damn ship costs. There's really no reason. There's no reason to do that. No. So, alright, let's go out, but, oh no, did I get the drones in the bay? Gotta make sure. Drones in the bay, mining holes and such. I'm gonna just have another glance at the fitting before I leave. Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch. Right? I don't want that. I don't want that survey scanner or whatever it is you were looking at. That one there. It would be cool to put a micro warp drive thing on this, but I don't think it would ever be stable. I still don't think it would be stable. I mean, I don't know. Let's try. Let's see if I can run like a micro warp drive on this thing. I don't know. What is that? That's like item hanger. What is this? Like items? Yeah, items. Looking for a micro warp drive. Why can't I run a search here? That's not too good. Oh yeah, 1MN. I mean, I was in the right place anyways. Yes, I'm looking for like a 1MN micro warp drive, 550, 50, 5 nm micro warp drive. But yeah. So let's stay there. Yeah, 5 nm. So we'll come here and we'll say fitting of this venture, and I want to strip the afterburner and see if you can sit micro warp drive stable. Can you do that? No. 60 seconds. It's good. The speed's good. Speed's huge. Its speed's so good, but I mean, I can't. I need stable. So unfortunately, we come back. You know, I can't do anything about that. You know, it's fine. Unfortunately, I wish I could get stable micro warp drive, but I really don't have that. I don't have that. So. There we go. And okay, we are ready. The only other bit would be to insure the bitch, because you know I'm gonna done AFK crash that bitch into the side of the fucking road like motherfucking Tiger Woods. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and I'm gonna crash and burn this thing like I just did half an hour ago, but I went an entire day before I did it. I was too distracted, you know, but I'm not gonna be too distracted this time. We go right on back out again. Locations. That was nullsec. Nullsec mining HQ. Damn it! What are we doing here? Okay. Nullsec mining HQ. Nullsec new. Moving for Itaki. That's no. That's not it. It's that one. Yep. The solar system, but yeah. So.
Autopilot engaged.
Yes, very good. Okay, so then we can go back to this.
The theory is the scent of one or more of these animals grabs the dog's attention. Then, wanting to chase down the source of the scent, the dog jumps over the wall without realizing the danger. This theory is supported by the fact that all of the incidents appear to happen on dry, sunny days when animal scents carry more clearly. And Scotland doesn't get a lot of dry, sunny days, so it kind of stands out. Dr. Sands performed an experiment to see what scents were most attractive to dogs. He took 10 dogs to a...
So, I'm sorry, this got boring for me. It got boring for me fast. When it stopped being dog psychology, and it ended up being human stupidity, which is what it always is, I stopped caring. And that's unfortunate. But here we are, you know. That's just what my personality is, I guess. Has to be real. Has to be authentic.
Perhaps there are several minks nesting, and them marking their scent makes the dogs go for it, which sure would make sense, but that doesn't explain why dogs that are already down there around where the mink would be would climb to the top just to jump, or especially why a dog would jump, climb back up, and jump again. Especially since, according to legend, this has been going on since the 1960s. Many believe this to be a demonic or spiritual site in which spirits or the supernatural overwhelms these dogs to commit suicide from the bridge. I should also mention that in research for this, I found a story of in 1994, a man killed his newborn son on the bridge and then attempted to kill himself. While the stories go, the dogs have been doing this on the bridge since the 1960s. The first official reported cases of dogs jumping off began shortly thereafter. Just food for thought. Pro-war Buddhism is the fact that throughout history there have been different cases of Buddhists becoming pro-war or pro-defense in order to protect themselves. Buddhists are traditionally known as very hardcore pacifists all the way into the face of death, or at least the traditional Buddhist monks are. While it's well known that in South Vietnam around 1963, whenever there was heavy Buddhist oppression occurring in the area, Buddhists began to make very open protests and shut down roadways in response to the killing of Buddhists that was happening under the Vietnamese regime. What is lesser known is some of the more modern instances. I also want to emphasize I'm not saying anything about overarching religion or like specific ins and outs of religious beliefs in certain areas or Thailand. I am again describing a very complex situation in a couple minutes, so again, bear with me. In Thailand in 2004, several Buddhist monks were attacked and killed by Muslim attackers. In response to this, several of these Buddhist monks began to arm themselves. Now, traditionally in Buddhist beliefs, this is completely shunned. However, there were interesting ways that they worked around it. For example, as you can imagine, a Buddhist monk cannot be a member of the military. However, the Thai military began these suspended enlistment programs in which you could kind of be part of the military, not really part of the military. So the sort of in the military people became traditional monks in order to protect other monks that existed in the Thai region. One of the stories I was reading was an interviewer who was speaking with one of these monks in 2006, and they asked the monk if it was true that some of the monks were arming themselves, and the monk lifted up his robe, pulled out a handgun, put it back, and they just continued the interview. It's a very interesting example of how far even the most peaceful people will go if they're pushed, or as the saying says, even a worm will turn. The Akashic Records put forward by psychic Edgar Cayce is a means of better understanding psychicness itself. According to Cayce, whenever he would conduct psychic links with people, he would for one connect to them, but the second connection would be to something that he called the Book of Life. He describes this as a sort of cloud storage that exists all around us and everywhere at the same time. It contains the memories, thoughts, actions, and beliefs of every human that has ever existed. According to Cayce, we are all connected through this superlink, and possible memories or glimpses and even dreams that we have at any given point can either be from another human who's experienced them, or a combination of all the different brain patterns mixing with ours at the same time. Cloud farming, or cloud seeding, is exactly what it says. Throughout history, there have been cases of governments purposefully farming clouds in order to get whatever agricultural benefit they want. This is done by planes depositing chemicals into the air that encourage precipitation. The most common is like potassium iodes or even dry ice being used in order to begin to form ice crystals and therefore create snow. However, historically, sometimes things like silver iodes have been used, which aren't good for people to, like breathe in or drink or something like that. See, the thing with it is, this isn't necessarily creating rain clouds, it's just a way to encourage rain cloud formation. So if you know that rain clouds are about to form, you can deposit them into an area in order to speed it up and move the direction the cloud will travel. This has led to countries like China having their neighbors accuse them of literally stealing the rain, so that China can have better agriculture and crops than they do. Limbic brain is often used as an excuse of why some people do the things that they do. See, whenever we're comfortable, happy, and accepted in a situation, we operate using our prefrontal cortex. This is the part of the brain most commonly associated with reason and complex thought patterns. However, sitting just below and behind our prefrontal cortex is something that's often called the limbic brain. This is our system that derives on emotion and instinct. Whenever we're operating off of it, we're much more manic and reactive and emotional whenever we're put into a situation. This isn't only the fight or flight response that you may be familiar with, but also things like heartbreak or loneliness and how we kind of rely on our emotional state rather than our logical state. Obviously, this isn't a state of mind that you want to keep up for any amount of time. So putting it short term, whenever you're happy, part of a group, and content, you are thinking logically, and whenever you're alone, depressed, and unsure of your purpose in life, you're thinking emotionally. This is kind of obvious, but where it matters is in its sociology implications. Part of the reason that people may do evil things is simply because they do not want to be reverted to their limbic brain and have to interact on their own. Or in other words, people don't want to be alone, so they will do things that may be morally reprehensible in order to fit in. Emergency broadcast neuralizers is referencing the sounds that are heard at the beginning of an emergency broadcast. See, the concept of a neuralizer is that it homes in on specific brain waves or seeks out brainwaves in order to manipulate memory or thought patterns or something like that. The thought is emergency broadcasts are used to either forcefully calm you, alter your memory, or change your perception of events around you. Basically, emergency broadcast systems are used as a means of forced complacency on the population. This is another one of those misinfo ones. However, it's at least a fun misinfo one. There is an entire chart, huge theory to this thing, which I will link in the description, about how The Simpsons is actually real footage taken through a wormhole of another United States government that radioactively hurt the people, and blah, 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 weird, hokey-pokey science stuff. However, this is an example of misinfo because this is put on the list, as I've mentioned before, and with the parrot, as a means of subverting wandering eyes. Because once again, think about it this way. If there's stuff down here that matters, and if there's stuff down here that could be serious that you don't want other people to see, whenever they look at a list that says something along the lines of The Simpsons is real footage, and they go, oh, okay, it's just more weird hoax, lizard alien people stuff. So, as mentioned before, this is apparent. Roman metaphysics takes heavy inspiration from Greek metaphysics, or what is essentially the study of what's real. See, ancient Greeks philosophers were constantly looking for ways to better describe life or to describe the world around us. Metaphysics was an attempt to define what is real or what can be determined in the real world. There were two primary competing philosophies within ancient Greek, one of which being that we must always rely on our senses to determine what's real in a world that's ever changing, or that we must always rely on logical reasoning because our senses can lie to us in this changing world. Plato best described it as this: say that we have a chair, and we all understand what a chair means. Well, if we exclusively use our senses to tell us what a chair is, and we only know what one kind of chair looks like, does that mean a chair can only be what we think it should look like, or can there exist different forms of chairs? On the other side, we can't always just be logical or use reasoning to determine it, because say we do something arbitrary like, oh, well, a chair has 4 legs and you can sit on it, that means a cow, a horse, and big dogs are also just forms of chairs. This led Plato and later Aristotle to develop the idea that they refer to as hylomorphism. This is the core concept of the idea that there are forms and matter, and that despite changes, there must always be some constant, even if we're not aware of it. Put most simply, it's a roundabout way of saying that a chair can look like a ton of different things, but we know what a chair is, so that's still a chair, which means it's got to have something in common with every other chair that exists, even if they don't look anything alike. A lot of this metaphysics gets into ideas of how it applies to people. For example, Aristotle said that despite he did not exist beforehand, his form and matter was still created into the creature that is now known as Aristotle. Therefore, there has to be through lines, even if unseen, that connect whatever present self exists to the past and future self. What's so interesting is that despite being written in ancient Greek times and then adapted into Roman times, these are basically the modern principles that we use for theoretical physics. That things have to have constants in order to be understood as they apply to the greater world that we know not of, and how these connections can be manipulated. It's so interesting that all the way back then they were unintentionally, or possibly intentionally, laying the groundwork for the greater universe as we see it today. Prison Earth refers to the idea that we exist on an earthly prison. Think of it this way. Throughout all of human history, there has always been a need and a struggle for something. On the grand scale, it's been order, resources, agriculture, or in the modern day of power and wealth, all the way down to the individual, fighting for personal recognition or even just the ability to breathe and take in food. Now, of course, this is all we know of life to be, and it's hard to imagine a life without it, but perhaps this constant need for something implies that we are supposed to exist in a realm of pure ecstasy or a realm of pure not need. Thrive, that's the word, a place where we thrive instead of survive, yeah. So that's like the philosophy side of it. Here's the creepy moon part. A lot of these theories say that the moon itself was constructed. Examples being, geological samples have said that the moon is older than the Earth. Craters on the moon have been identified as depressions. In other words, they have been sucked in from within the moon. The prevailing theory behind this is that the moon itself is hollow moon theory, or at least whatever structure is inside of it is allowing this extra space to cave in. There is a completely abnormal amount of titanium on the surface of the moon, and several seismic activities have been reported on the surface of the moon despite nothing causing them. In other words, whatever's doing it had to come from the inside, leading to the belief that many of this prison Earth theory have, that the moon itself was made as an observatory to watch us from, and is essentially acting as our giant warden, making sure that we don't get too far from the Earth. And then you can tie this in and say that
I don't know why they think this, because the pictures that I saw of the dark side of the moon, and I know why they think this, because we've seen pictures of it. I've seen pictures of it that couldn't have been produced by, fucking computers. The pictures were old. They were from the fucking 80s. Way before we had, like, even, basically that would have been like the Who Framed Roger Rabbit era, There might have been enough animation back then to maybe do that, but I don't think so. That was a real picture of a bunch of pictures of a community living out there on the dark side of the moon. This place could be considered a prison, I would say.
The Mars bunker theory that was our prison before, and then we got sent.
Freedom to me is like you go wherever you want, you do whatever you want, and nobody really tells you that you can't be there, you know, or whatever. I don't know.
To this one, and if we ever try to go past the realm of the moon, we'll get shot down or something like that.
That's pretty much, I think, the opposite of all of this planet, unless you're so far away from humans or you own property to the point where they'll leave you alone. That's so far from what the reality on this planet is. You're always surrounded by people no matter where you go. So it's like, you know.
Like that. And that's what the 9 minutes of the missing Apollo 11 mission was, and it's all connected. Or just go with the theory that the moon is a giant space monster egg that's going to break out and kill us all. I like that one. Inorganic beings implies the existence of non-carbon life, but not only non-carbon, non-physical. See, this is hard for us to even imagine, because everything of our understanding of life exists in the physical or things that interact with the physical, like ghosts or spirits. Think about something that doesn't even exist on the same plane of dimension of us, but does take up the same space. If these things are entirely spiritual or aura-based creatures, then perhaps what they feed on, in the same way we feed on other organic materials, is auras and spirituality itself. You can run a lot of cool theories with this, and say that perhaps haunted locations are just these things' feeding ground. And whenever people go there and experience fear, that energy they're giving off through fear provides food for these creatures. You can go even further with that and say perhaps UFO sightings or monster sightings and things like that are mind alterations made on people from these non-organic creatures as a means of maintaining energy. So don't worry, it's not a monster under your bed. It's just a super fourth dimensional spiritual being that is creating fear within your body in order to harvest your energy. So, nothing to be afraid of. Sleep deprivation lifestyle refers to what happens if someone undergoes long-term sleep deprivation. As we know, without sleep for long periods of time, people begin to lose cognitive and social functions. However, there are theories that if someone goes a really long time on amount of sleep deprivation, they will lose functions such as consciousness. There's been a lot of cool theories proposed with this one, that that's what allows the id of our brain to take over, or our more primal self, or perhaps certain spirits or things that exist within this world can inhabit our bodies if we allow that consciousness to be so worn away. I talked about the Russian sleep experiment in like tier 1 or 2 of this iceberg, so imagine this as the practical version to carry out that. Dinosaurs helped build the pyramids. Whenever I saw the conspiracy theory iceberg and wanted to do a video on it, this is what I was hoping for. A lot less depression, a lot more dinosaur. Discovered a few kilometers from the Great Pyramids of Egypt, lesser pyramids have been found that contain papyri that have some interesting transcriptions on them. In these papyri, it talks about giant beasts, or god beasts, as they're called, that were used in order to build the pyramids. It says things like they carried the limestone across the rivers and were used to haul the large weighing rocks that were used in order to construct the pyramid. In these transcriptions, whoever wrote them said that they ate the grass of the Nile plains, that their tail was large enough that a swing could kill a whole army, that their neck reached to the clouds, and even contained several inscriptions and images of these supposed creatures. While things like this have always been referenced in, say, Job, that dinosaurs existed much closer to humans than we think, now several Egyptologists, which I didn't know was a thing before researching this, some of them have gotten on board with this and said, yeah, perhaps the pyramids were built with the assistance of dinosaurs.
Oh no.
Which is the nicest thing I think I've said in this entire iceberg. Anunnaki puppet show relates to the Anunnaki, which I mentioned however many years ago, which were the supposed alien gods of the Babylonians and the Sumerians. See, the Sumerians, as I mentioned before with things like the Dogon tribe, had very weird things when it came to their religion and beliefs. Like, for example, they had very accurate tracings of our constellations and our solar system. And as mentioned before, they had these idols of beings that they said came from the stars and taught them science and agriculture and things like that. The Babylonians were very similar. As a matter of fact, some believe the Old Testament translations that were mentioned of these Babylonians whenever they would talk about the angels coming down or God coming down, was actually just a version of these Anunnaki. So much so that people say that...
You know what I always think about with this stuff is there's this interesting point around like the 1950s when there was phones everywhere. There was like phones everywhere. There was some payphones somewhere close to you by like the 50s, I would say, 60s, right? Since phones, I like they keep saying that we've had a lot of alien sightings, but I don't really agree. I don't think I've seen anything that's ever looked legit, not in the last like 20 years and stuff. But what I do think is very possible is I think now we are unlikely to see more UFOs very much, because with phones and like, you know, and communication across the world, a secret spreads basically at the rate of fire. It like spreads like fire. It spreads like fire. So anybody trying to like come here like an alien or some such, when they realize that we're all within 1 second of communication, the entire planet is within 1 second of communication with the rest of the planet. Like pretty much, you just dial up, ring, whatever. It's like 10 seconds. It's like dial up, ring, blah blah. Hey, I'm trying to reach the president. I've got an alien here. Whatever. They're gonna be like, shut up, nut. But I mean, you know, it's a set of like. So this thing, like, you know, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think I said what I needed to say.
The Tower of Babel, in which, according to the Bible, God confused their languages, was actually a space station they were building to go to the stars.
Yeah, I mean, like if we see UFOs, the entire world can know about it within 10 seconds. So I think we won't see them. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. I struggled for a minute. I don't think we'll see them. We'll not see them now. Because, I mean, the word goes out so fast, it's like fire. If there was an actual UFO sighting above, like, you know, Times Square, where, like, 1 million New Yorkers saw it, that shit would hit the fire. It would run like fire across the world. So you never really see real UFOs ever anymore, because the minute that anybody saw it, the entire world would know inside of a second, and their cover's blown.
Anunnaki then confused their languages. So... yeah.
So now it's like we're this big hive of bees with like planes and jets and stuff that can definitely shoot stuff down and blow stuff up, and we have nukes, and now we're like kind of a scary looking, you know, we're like kind of a scary monkey race. You know, we're like a scary monkey race. And we're like, you know, we like our bombs and our guns and stuff. And so I don't know, it's like kind of like, you know, it's an interesting thing that
The puppet show belief is that the reason the Anunnaki have done all this is simply for entertainment, and that watching us progress as a society has been this whole escapade that they get to watch from a distance. However, I like the other theory proposed by it. See, several of these Anunnaki images or things we see, although normally reptilian, seem kind of human. The belief being that sometime in the future we will develop
I'm almost back out again.
That's good. Or at least a different reality version of us will. So then from the future, we come to the past, we alter things that happen in the course of human history for whatever reason in the Sumerian and Babylonian Empire, and then watch how it plays out. So rather than just a puppet show for entertainment, perhaps this existence that we have in all of our human history is just an experiment for whatever our future selves needed to find out. And furthermore, perhaps issues that we've seen in science, such as not being able to understand time travel or understand how gravity or perpetual travel or something like that works, is these observers of our timeline purposefully manipulating it so that we don't get too far out of our box. Rapture already happened is in reference to the rapture event mentioned in the biblical text of Revelations. For those that don't know, there's debate among Christian groups of when exactly the rapture is supposed to take place. Not only like what year it will happen, but when it will happen within the actual telling of the end of the world itself. See, there's something mentioned in the book of Revelations known as the tribulation period. This is a period of time in which the earth goes from doing really, really well to really, really bad in the span of 7 years. However, if someone was of the belief that, for example,
it sounds like
talks about how the world was formed,
sounds like the
world
aughts
was formed in 7 days, that it's not actually
2001,
7
2008,
days, and more like 7,000 years, then
got you about a 9/11 to a bank crisis about Oh yeah, well, really, a 9/11 into an Afghanistan into a bank crisis. I would say it was pretty bad. It was, yeah, I would say it was like, I wouldn't say it was a rapture, but it definitely was like pretty bad. I would say it's bad 7 years there. Thanks, Bush.
And imagine what 7-year tribulation
Killer.
period would actually be. In other words, if
Sup-
you're not literal
sup,
with
Bush.
interpretations of
Killer.
time in the Bible, then a 7-year tribulation period might as well be 7,000. So in the Bible, when it mentions that during the tribulation period, God no longer interacts with the world, the devil has full control of it,
What?
and evil run rampant, and if that is a period of time like 7,000 years, then what's to say we're not currently living in that? As a matter of fact, there are some beliefs that the rapture happened immediately after Jesus' crucifixion, which would mean
Yeah.
that we're all living in a devil-controlled world
Yeah.
and God won't hear us. So,
Yeah.
again, only positive vibes on this channel. Grider's endgame is in reference to journalist William Grider. Grider wrote from everyone from the Washington Times to
How the
Rolling
Federal
Stone.
Reserve runs the country.
However,
This
the
is
work
a really
that
good
puts him
book,
on
yeah.
his list is his 1987 book, Secrets of the Temple, How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country. The book essentially talks about how there is a secret society that exists underneath the United States government and how they're proliferated through the Federal Reserve, and the Federal
Oh, man,
Reserve is
fish.
building up a plan in order to enact a new world order and Illuminati and all that stuff. It's another theory that falls in line with the idea that banking circles are the ones actually running the country and politicians essentially exist as figureheads. Soy spraying and weaponized soy is in reference to the proliferation of soy products in modern industry. If you'll notice in the last few years especially, soy has popped up more and more as either a substitute or a source in different foods and supplements. However, soy itself is an actual estrogen supplement, and when consumed by males in large quantities, can lead to testosterone deficiency. What the theory is saying is that the powers that be have put soy products everywhere they're not supposed to be in order to demoralize and demasculate their people who could theoretically overturn them if they ever saw fit. You can go further and say that with weaponized soy, that similar to how governments, especially the United States government, has been accused of psyops and long-term chemical warfare over time, the exact same thing, but with soy products in order to make the enemy less masculine. So what I'm saying is, government-sanctioned weaponized femboys. Yeah. Bicameralism comes from a 1976 book written by Julian Jayes. Julian had a very interesting theory from where human consciousness came from. His idea was that as early as 3,000 years ago, the original forms of consciousness began to be created, and that before that, the brain was divided into two parts. One part told the other what to do, and the second part acted on it. And while you may think that's how consciousness works on its own, I am saying that it is a very literal one side of your brain communicates
Nice,
with the
it was
other,
like a
the
million
other side
lots.
has no
Not
thought
bad.
process and simply carries out an action. This means that there is no form of contemplation, decision making, or thinking in the way that we would think of it now. One of Julian's references to this is such as the characters that were mentioned in the Iliad never really thought or decided what they were doing, instead they just kind of did things. So according to this theory, before the past 3 millennia, society existed with no meaning of self-awareness. And according to this theory, as society developed, we began to find the need to ask ourselves why, so the two sides of our brain kind of formed over the one that seems to ask questions, and that became the modern form of consciousness. Or in other words, the commanded part of the brain learned to think for itself, and the part that gave commands simply began to ask questions. Staring anxiety is the most literal form of brain rot. According to this theory, staring at any electronic screen for an amount of time will fry your brain, and not in the way that a parent would tell you to stop playing video games, they fry your brain, in a literal your neurons begin to shut off and die kind of way. This would, of course, over time make a modern population a lot dumber, so therefore this theory is saying that the reason screens are everywhere around us and proliferated so much is a way for the elites to further control us mentally. Ancient structure purpose is a huge topic to tackle, but I can get a few of them out of the way. For example, there are theories that ancient pyramids and ziggurats were actually the beginning of a sort of mining facility. Or in other words, what whatever beings actually created them was doing so in order to stage a way to get inside of the Earth, maybe even Hollow Earth. Whereas other theories talk about how societies had these very advanced forms of architecture that doesn't really make sense for the time they were in. For example, in China, people built entire palaces into the sides of cliffs, something that is hard to understand and hard to accomplish by today's means. Furthermore, in Persia, they managed to run water systems off of the top of snow-capped mountains all the way down into their cities in order to have year-round cold water. A lot of this also gets back into the idea of sacral architecture, which is essentially architecture that is created for the sake of a sacredness rather than purpose. So you could think of this as like temples and buildings of religious worship. A lot of them are believed to be too advanced for their time or too advanced for the people that lived around these structures, so therefore some special means created them rather than just the people themselves. And I also have to mention my favorite theory, which I talked about in the last episode, that the Tower of Babel was a launching platform for the Anunnaki aliens to shoot their spaceship back into space. Yeah. Real Intentions of the Roto-Rooter is actually something that I mentioned all the way back in Tier 2. Roto-Rooter, if you'll remember, is a comic that supposedly has a hidden meaning, saying that our political leaders want to return us to a gold standard in order to leave banking organizations. This all kind of falls back on the idea that banks and politics have hated each other and don't shake hands and get along as much as we may think they do. However, Real Intentions to the Roto-Rooter is an entire game plan for exactly how they're going to do it. Short version goes like this. Step 1, in the 1970s, all of the world's banking systems became ran by computers. Part 2, because of this, secret cabals or cults around the world managed to have control of what markets rose and fall and were able to build wealth by riding off of it. Step 3, ever since the early 1900s, the United States has been hiding its actual capabilities and resources so that now in the modern day they can manage to produce false scarcity, creating scarcity among other nations, which then the U.S. can find all of these resources and then maintain themselves as a world power. This is all saying that supposedly banks are getting in the way of that grand scheme. And in other words, markets can be used as a way to subvert things like fossil fuels. Step 4, ever since 9/11, these politicians have wanted banking groups out of their inner circles and have actively been making steps in order to remove their technological influence. Step 5, which is where we're currently at, is that the politicians or elites are trying to build up crypto money, trading, lending, whatever, to such a degree that it will inevitably crash all around the world, which will lead to a need for a new system, which is when they can then step in and create the new gold standard. Most drugs are benevolent is saying that most drugs, if not all drugs, are actually helpful to the human body, but are therefore stigmatized or poisoned by the powers that be so that we don't become too powerful. This is considered because drugs can possibly unlock new potential in the human brain, which would be bad to the people who want to subjugate us and keep us under their rule if we suddenly sort of evolved. A lot of this goes back to the stoned ape theory, which is the idea that the reason we evolved from monkeys into what we are now is that monkeys eventually figured out how to use hallucinogenics, which opened up new brain pathways, which created us. So, in other words, our leaders who want us under their thumb do not want us to go through another cycle of evolution. Closely related to that is the theory of proto-humans. Proto-humans is the idea that there was more than just one kind of pre-human like we think there was. Like, for example, the Neanderthal DNA, which every human has a portion of, can actually be found in different variations and even mixed with different kind of genomes depending on what region of the world you're in. For example, in some parts of the world, in the portion that would mostly be Neanderthal, there is something known as Denisovan DNA, which is believed to be a competitor to the Neanderthal gene. This is implying that there was a lot more complicated roots of humanity than we may think there are, and in other words, probably very violent competition led to the modern humanity that we know today. Dublin, Wisconsin is the town that doesn't exist. Supposedly, there was a town in the Sparta-Green Bay area of Wisconsin that just disappeared in between the 80s and 90s. Officially, there exist no records of it. However, there is still tourist memorabilia that people have. Certain people have memories of a small town being destroyed by either a fire or a gas leak, depending on who you ask. And people even supposedly received radio transmissions from radio stations in Dublin all the way into the late 90s. Whenever I was doing research for this, there were like 1,000 people who went missing in the late 80s and early 90s around the Green Bay area. And also the guys who were supposedly receiving the radio signals were all dead. So I'm sure that's not troubling at all. Finland doesn't exist originally comes from the same Blyfield logic that I mentioned in Tier 3, I think it was, which essentially follows the whole logic of, have you ever been to Finland? Do you know anyone from Finland? Well, then Finland just doesn't exist if you answer no to both of those. It's along the whole lines of believing only what you see, and furthermore, if you're from Finland, you're a Fed. If you know someone from Finland, they're a Fed, and if you've ever visited Finland, the Feds tricked you. Also, in research, I found this copy pasta that is too funny to not mention. So the population of Finland is about 6.5 million people. Now, when comparing that to the population of the entire world, which is about 7.2 billion, Finland makes up 0.09% of the world's population. That's not 1%, it's not even 1/10%. Or, in other words, 99.9% of people who exist in the world are not from Finland. We get this number from government census, which government census has a percent error of about 1%. Or, in other words, about 10 times the amount of percent that Finland makes up in the world. In other words, by statistical standards, there's a pretty solid chance that Finland does not exist. So if you're from Finland, I hate to be the one to break the news to you, but you're not real. Sorry. Also, it's so wild that, like, sitting here just talking into a camera, there's a solid chance that someone from Finland will see this. The internet's crazy, man. Number stations exist as coded radio messages that are used to send transmissions to foreign intelligence agencies from behind enemy lines. Or think of it this way. Say during the Cold War there was a Russian spy in the United States, and he needs to get information back to his Russian handlers. Well, he can't just get on a radio and begin saying exactly what he wants to tell them, because then anyone could listen in and anyone could figure out what he's doing. But if he was to just send numbers that corresponded to a code grid that the Russians had, well, then no one would know what he's trying to say except for the people he wants to hear it. Now, I need to make it clear, this is not a conspiracy theory. This is a very open practice that has existed all the way from World War I, in which they did the same thing with Morse code. And during the Cold War, this was a very preferred method of transmitting information out of the country. However, what's interesting is the proliferation of how they exist today. To just give an example, there are several old radio towers that exist in a sort of swampland just outside of St. Petersburg, Russia. For the past 40 years, there's been a broadcast coming out of there that has been titled MDZHB, and all that it is one continuous droning noise, and every few seconds there's a sound that sounds similar to a foghorn. Not only that, but about once or twice a week, either a man or woman will come on and just say random words in Russian, implying that whatever words are being said is a sort of code. And if you've got a radio that can pick up on the signal, since it's shortwave, you can tune in to 4625 KHZ and listen to it at any time. The leading theory with this radio station is that it's potentially part of the Russian government, which explains why they don't do anything about it or really care that it's there, and furthermore that it is a dead hand signal, or in other words, that monotone string is keeping something from happening, say a nuclear device. These are actually in themselves not a conspiracy, as there have been devices that are made to pick up on a certain radio frequency, and if that frequency ever stops, the device detonates. This is sort of like a last laugh protocol. So say if there was some explosive in a foreign country, and that foreign country attacked Russia, therefore destroying the radio signal, they get blown up as well. This is just one of many number stations, and there are a whole lot weirder ones I found, such as the Lincolnshire Poacher. I found enough information that I'm definitely going to be doing a deeper dive on this, just to talk about all the different number stations that have been found around the world, because there are some weird ones. Everest Cover-Ups is speaking of these series of deaths that occur on Everest that are supposedly covered up. I've already spoke before about the Sherpas of Mount Everest and the legends of the Himalayan zombies in the regions around. However, this one has a bit more wider stretching application. See, you may not know this, but if someone dies on Mount Everest, they don't recover the body. The reason for it is because once you pass a certain point in altitude, it is way too dangerous to try to get people to recover something than it is to just leave it there. Also, it's so cold that in most cases, the body never really decomposes. What this means is there are near perfectly preserved bodies all over the mountain of Mount Everest, and not only
It's
that,
a graveyard.
they are used as trail markers in order for climbers to find their way up. In researching this, there's a lot of weird stories. Like they talk about reaching the destination of Green Boots Cave because there's a dead body out front that has green boots. Almost all these deaths are attributed to exhaustion, which makes sense considering the feats that they have to accomplish in such a low oxygen environment. Furthermore, there are nearly 200 bodies on the mountain itself. But here's what's weird. So I said most of them don't decompose, but some of them...
So, you know, this reminds me of... So, another reason that I didn't... the real reason I had a job interview offer for conductor or whatever. It was like conductor or train driver. Like the guy who takes the ticket stubs and the guy who runs conductor. I wanted to be the guy who ran the conductor for Amtrak. I have a friend whose father is like a luminary at Amtrak, and he can ask them for anything and they give it to him, like for me to have a job and stuff. And so I thought about that, and then he told me something else. Like they told me they would be after me for alcohol and stuff. I wouldn't ever be able to drink as long as I worked there and all this other stuff. I was like, nah. And I'll never forget, my friend's dad is a friend of mine. He has a girl's name. It's kind of funny. I was talking to Mr. Girl's Name, and he tells me that he's killed 47 people. And I look at him and he's dead serious. And I'm like, you've killed 47 people? And he's like, yes. And I never told this story the other day. I meant to get around to it, and I couldn't remember what part of it I was trying to tell, but it's true. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I've killed somewhere between 42 and 47 people. I didn't keep count. And I was like, how? And he was like, well, I was a conductor for 35 years. And about 2-3 times a year, I was ready to run over somebody on the damn train tracks. All over this country. Happened like 40 times. He was like, they don't let me stop either. I'm not supposed to stop. I just gotta look the other way, smush them, and just keep on going. Stopping the train is dangerous. And I mean, they stop, but I mean, they don't, but it's just crazy. It's just bad. And I was like, really? And he was like, yeah, I've hit like 40 people, and it was not my fault. And I was like, no, I don't believe that would be your fault. And he was like, yeah, understand, that might happen. That will happen. He was like, yeah, that will happen. If you take a career doing this as a conductor, you will have some bodies on your belt, and it's not your fault, so you shouldn't worry about it. And I was like, yeah, that's true. It's not your fault. And I tried to dislike him. I tried to think of him as a killer, and I couldn't. And he liked me. I shook his hand. I was like, got no issue shaking your hand. He was like, nope, I got no issue shaking yours. You want to talk about killing that's okay? Oh, you're a conductor on a train, and the idiots just keep going out on the train tracks and don't get out of the way in time. And that turns the conductor into a killer, but I wouldn't say he ever did it voluntarily or that he could stop it if he wanted to. He can't stop it. The train takes like 10 minutes to stop. So it doesn't matter if they're on that track, it's over. They're done. That train can't stop. So whatever, yeah. And I was like, yeah, if there was ever a way that some guy could kill 40 people and still sleep at night, that'd be it. And he was like, I sleep at night like a baby. He was like, the first couple of times it was terrible, and I took it really bad. But by the 5th time, I was like, yep, it's just part of the job. I can't do anything about it. It upsets me every time, of course, but I don't do anything. I can't do anything. And I was like, yep. And he was like, after a while, I was able to just sleep that day. Even when it happened, I could sleep after a bit, because it's not my fault. They run out on the train tracks. And I was like, yep, that's the sort of story that you'll hear, that'll haunt you, I'll never forget about that.
Them do, and some of them decompose
And so I declined the
immediately
job.
bodies.
I was like, I couldn't live with it. I couldn't live with myself knowing that that was the cost of the job. That's one of the reasons why it pays so well. Train conductors, it pays well. Because the idiots don't get off the tracks. Right? I think.
That don't decompose at all. Which means you can have two people up on the mountain, each there for decades. One is a skeleton and the other seems like a perfectly intact person who's just sleeping. Combine that with the fact that certain hikers have reported that bodies have been found where they're not supposed to be, and then combine that with the Himalayan zombies legend that I mentioned earlier, and then mix
Himalayan
all that in
zombies.
with the legends of the Sherpas who guard the secret Shangri-La,
Oh, I'm
which
full,
is considered an entrance to Hollow Earth and protected by spirits, and the implications get implicitous. Tau conspiracy is a conspiracy that's kind of obvious, but you may have never thought about that the paper towel dispensers that look like they have a camera in it absolutely have a camera in it. Now, of course, it's illegal to put a camera in a bathroom for obvious reasons. However, when has that ever stopped certain powers that be from spying on their people? This wouldn't just stop at the motion sensors on paper towel dispensers, but also urinals and toilets, because gross, and fills in the loophole that in such a surveillance state, there would be so many obvious blind spots that people can get away with whatever they're doing, unless they aren't blind spots and they just want you to think they are. All religions are the same is a concept that's kind of been mentioned in tiers earlier, that all religions can be traced back to a single founder. So like, for example, whenever I mention the Anunnaki coming down from space, or your ideas of Jesus or what have you, the idea being that there was one original event that happened, and then as culture spread out, the story simply adapted with each culture. This would explain the reason that so many different cultures have the same ideas of heaven and hell, even if they're named different, ideas of a godhead, and summing of salvation either through works or belief, all the way down to concepts like angels and demons. Essentially saying that all religions are the same, just extra steps away from whatever the original source was. Valley of Lost
not
Camels
bad. I got like 30 million in here or something like that.
1967 movie,
And I've lost 4, and I just
the
put
plot of
more
Valley of the
in.
Dolls was a group of girls who go to Hollywood.
There's 3 million more. Yeah, like it's great. I'm up.
Pieces of themselves in one way or the other in order to achieve that goal. Given the mysterious nature of things that happen underground in Hollywood, the movie was kind of seen as a look behind the veil of what goes on in the industry. Supposedly, several of the props, such
I
as
loved Valley of the Dolls. Valley of the Dolls was one of my favorite movies. That movie changed me. Yeah.
Used on the movie were used in actual witchcraft.
Yeah, Valley of the Dolls was exquisite. That was an amazing movie. I never really thought about it the same way. Some women's literature and stuff from the 70s and 80s and 90s and stuff, like Joan Didion. I love Joan Didion. You know what I'm saying? Joan Didion changed me. Some of those women really changed me. Carly Simon's been kind of changing me lately. Some of the women from the 70s and stuff, the way they kind of stepped up and they talked, you know. They talked about what it was like to be them.
And carried bad spirits with them. After the movie was over, several of these props went missing. One story even says that they were stolen by critic Roger Ebert. Theories in this lead all the way to say that perhaps one of the reasons that one of the film's lead roles, Sharon Tate, was killed in such a grisly manner is because she made the spirits upset by losing their possessions. Advanced cryptozoology is exactly what it says. Advanced levels of standard cryptozoology, or in other words, the stories of creatures that may or may not exist. Now, when most people think of cryptids, they think of things like Bigfoot and Mothman and other known characters in cryptid lore. However, there is a wealth of creatures out there that exist that the majority of people have never even heard of. Things that exist in an esoteric fashion, or are figments of the mind that have been manifested into creatures. This all gives the implication that the world is much more proliferated with creatures that we can't explain than we like to think. I'm going to save it there because my next video is going to be a huge dive into cryptids and advanced cryptids themselves with a special guest who I'm excited for, so this is a teaser for that. Just wait. Asian Overlord's Triad is in reference to the idea that mobs in Asia have much more power than most people think. Specifically Eastern Asia, in which regions like Hong Kong have one of the most powerful crime syndicates in the world. The idea being that by running connections back and figuring out who pays who, These crime syndicates control a lot of the politics that exist in the Chinese government. Not only that, but the idea that the reason crime is allowed to be so proliferated in the underground world of Hong Kong is because the Chinese government is allowing them to exist, and they have a sort of symbiotic relationship in order to keep Hong Kong in check. This applies further to say that the same can be said about the Yakuza in Japan, and even Asian mobs that supposedly act independently throughout other parts of the world are actually controlled by.
It's weird, like, you know, like they always seem to try to push the idea of the Axe Gang. I think I'm gonna go try like the asteroid belt here, because this place just puts the pressure on like big time. I don't know if this stuff pays better, Bistad or Arcanor or whatever, but I wouldn't mind going and looking and see what else they have, because like I don't know, I'll come back here, but the pressure from the mobs is constant. Never seen anything quite like that. I mean, like it feels like abyssal. It just never ends. It's just like mob pack after mob pack, and man, but see, I don't know. Those ships outclass me. I don't know. I can't take 4 of those. They'll kill me. There's no way. That is nastier. Yeah. So get me out of here. Yeah, get me out of here before he one-shots me. Let's go. I mean, they won't, but what I don't want to do is get tackled. Let's go. Yeah. It's weird. Like, I don't know. I thought there would be more money in this, and I'm sure there is in gas huffing. I should just go back to Jita. I'm starting to lose my interest in this already. It's annoying in alpha state. I should technically play, like, I would think, Fallout 76, I think I'll probably play some Fallout, I think.
By centralized government. Looking at dark energy is our next super weird physics concept. So, known matter in the universe makes up, like, 20% of everything that supposedly exists, whereas dark energy makes up about 25.
I don't know, I made 30 million, that feels good to me, because it was free.
Supposedly
cost
dark
me nothing
energy
to do it.
is absolutely everywhere, and does not conform to any of our understanding of electronics, magnetics, heat,
and it was fun
or
too, I
anything
would
that we
say.
can really use to prove its existence. The reason this is theorized is because gaps that exist in our understanding of how molecules and the world operate around us, and several believe that we are on the fringe of technology to being able to create something that can detect this dark energy. While some believe this can be used as a sort of power source that would be pretty much infinite, considering it makes up more matter than the matter that exists in our known universe, others theorize that perhaps the reason we can't see it is because we're not supposed to, and perhaps these are the fibers that hold us together from a fabricated reality we exist in. The 2006 volleyball incident is the tragedy that never happened. See, a lot of people remember that there was an event of some kind, either a school shooting or a bombing, that happened during a high school volleyball game in 2006. Stories range, but everyone remembers that it came from either the Nebraska or Dakotas region of the United States, and several people remember specific details of people saying that it was worse than Columbine. There are several stories that exist online of people traveling to, say, Mount Rushmore, and then hearing on the radio that there has been a, quote, massacre at a high school. People remember having conversations about how awful it is and how this relates to the bigger issue of gun control, and even weird details like the gym had a blue mascot, and in crime scene images, the net from the volleyball game was still up. However, there's no record of this, and there's no official reports that ever happened, and although people can vary on small details of the story, everyone universally agrees that it did happen who remember it. Most who believe the 2006 volleyball incident say it is an extreme example of the Mandela effect or some form of government cover-up for a reason that isn't really known. Artificial Aliens says that perhaps aliens aren't just non-carbon based, like we began to theorize, but are not organic based or organic in any sense that we understand. You know those random radio waves that we hear from space every now and then? What if that's simply these things' manner of communication? What if these things don't even have a form of consciousness and exist as a life so far set apart from ours that we don't really comprehend it? Some even tie this into the greater theory of humanity's cycle, which I'll mention at some point either in this iceberg or a different video, but the idea that like a million years ago we were a functioning technological society, and we sent these artificial creatures into space, and they began to proliferate for themselves. And now these aliens that we're talking to are simply creatures we created out there in the cosmos somewhere. The secret Mongolian Empire is in reference to the idea that the Mongolian Empire never existed. Think about it this way. The Mongolian Empire would be the only empire that had no linguistic or cultural effects on the world around them after their disappearance. Not only that, but there exists no architecture to prove that they were ever a society structured together, and yes, while they were recorded as a nomadic society, there should still be something that shows where they are and where they inhabited. On top of that, there exists no Mongolian folklore or form of religion or legend or anything like that. It seems as they simply appeared then disappeared at random. Now, what we do know existed was Genghis Khan and the actions he committed in the area that is now known as China. The idea behind this theory is that Genghis Khan went on to create another government or society that wanted to continue to exist in the modern world, and so as to cover up their history to not appear as barbarians, they created the Mongolian Empire as a farce in order to write away their bad history. Non-space is another crazy physics concept, and the too long didn't read version would be a reverse black hole. The concept would essentially work like this. So a black hole, as we understand it, is a gravitational center that is so intense it pulls everything in that's around it, including light itself. Okay, well, let's say we created a vacuum through whatever means that sucked all matter out of a certain area, let's say an area the size of this water bottle. We've done that before, right? We've created vacuums in an area. But what if we used an energy that was so concentrated, we didn't just take all of the atoms out of this area, we took gravity itself out of this area. So now we have a perfectly absolute empty vacuum of space. Well, what that would do all at once is create an implosion. When all the gravity around this area immediately rushes to fill it, it would move at a rate so fast and so powerful that we don't really have numbers to comprehend it. So if you're thinking about this from a mass and energy perspective, the amount of energy being created by no change in mass would be astronomical. And while this is a concept that would normally be impossible, concepts now being proven with high energy plasma say that we may be able to get an energy high enough to be able to remove that and therefore create even more energy through the implosion of gravity around it. This could, in theory, create a near infinite energy source, or at the very least, a means of harvesting gravity as a form of energy. Or, as I mentioned however many years ago, using a machine that can use gravity as a means of transportation through space. That's one possibility. The other possibility is it creates a super black hole and we all die in the blink of an eye. Either way, not our problem anymore. New Zealand 8th continent is saying that the country of New Zealand is not part of the Australian continent as most believe, but actually its own separate entity. This has all but been confirmed, as New Zealand and New Caledonia have been analyzed underwater, and it's been shown that they exist on a plate separate of that of Australia. The theory being that whatever landmass New Zealand was a part of broke away from the shelves around it some however many long years ago, and New Zealand is one of the only structures that still stick up from this sunken 8th continent. And if once again you'll remember how I mentioned in past years, there are several theories that there are missing continents or one giant missing continent that would explain where different societies moved and different societies' influence on the world today, such as Lemuria. The answers to these missing gaps in societal history could exist in the sunken part of New Zealand, or, if you're me, the underwater part of New Zealand is where the caves to Agartha are, and you can't tell me otherwise. Moon built by aliens is exactly what it says. The idea that the moon was built by aliens. I kind of mentioned this whenever I talked about the prison Earth concept, that idea of the moon being artificial kind of ties into it, but this is the more specific version. So for starters, it's an anomaly in itself that the moon exists as it does. Given a planet of our size, our moon should be about 40 miles long, whereas our moon is more like 2,000. Not only that, but there's structures on the moon that don't make a lot of sense, that have even had the name coined of shadow structures, which are supposedly artificial monoliths and things created on the moon as a sort of beacon or marker. Not only that, but seismic testing on the moon has shown that it takes up approximately 2% of the Earth's volume, which is way less than it should given its size. This implies, again, that the moon might be hollow. Hollow moon theory. Now, if we tie that back into the ancient aliens concept, The Zulu people had a legend that the moon was a great egg that was brought down to Earth and cracked open, which people came out of, and then was set back up in the sky and closed together. And going in line with the ancient aliens theory, if a race came down to Earth and did something similar and then ascended back to the moon, that's where the legend may have came from. Protein QRD4151 is a theory that there is a specific protein in the human genome that determines everything about the person it inhabits. Supposedly, the protein has had a lot of research that's been done to it, silenced by big science and big pharma. Some theories about this relate to the idea that potentially the protein is the indicator of how much a human can connect to the spiritual realm around them. And there's other theories of it that range from everything to adaptability to race theory. So yeah, 2012 Mayan prophecy shift comes from the idea that the 2012 end of the world from the Mayan calendar is just a misconception. In actuality, the Mayan calendar never ended at 2012, as researchers have equated it to. Just because your calendar ends at December 31st doesn't mean the world ends, it just means you need to get a new calendar, which is the same situation that happened with the Mayans. They just built so far into the future, that doesn't mean that they said the end of the world was coming, that just means that's as big of a calendar as they made. And also, given the way our calendars worked, it wouldn't have been 2012 when their calendar ended, it would have been more like 2028, so don't worry, we could all still die. Aeromorphous PSYOPs, so if you don't know what aeromorphous is, I'm not going to be the one to show you, but it's Rule 34 for animated planes. Anyway, so the theory is that those images were put online in order to sexualize aircraft to encourage the United States people to be more pro-war and encourage spending on aircraft, meaning it's state-sanctioned airplane kits. I love these theories so much because the idea that there was like a CIA agent sitting inside of the Pentagon and some general was like, how can we get these kids into bombing Syria? Some dude in the suit's like, I got an idea. Disneyland Secret Tunnels is in itself not a theory and is an actual system of tunnels that exist beneath Disneyland. Also known as the Utilidors, which stands for Utility Corridors, they were supposedly theorized by Walt Disney himself, who whenever he was in the Tomorrowland section of his park saw a character walking through in a cowboy costume to get from one job to the other, and said it really took the magic out of it seeing someone in a spot they're not supposed to be. So instead, they built tunnels underneath Disneyland as a means of transportation for workers. These things have expanded to now they are storage, they are security, there's cafeterias, and even a hairdresser shop. If you get a behind-the-scenes tour at Disneyland, you can even see a portion of these tunnels which are color-coded as a means to let people know which attraction they're walking towards. However, the theories come from the fact that these tunnels are about 4
Too slow. That's right, bitch. I just jump right into Tama. Oh no. Why would you do this? Oh my god. Why would you do that? Why would you just, like, do that? Game did me dirty. You shouldn't just kill me for traveling through places. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah. I mean, I'll ask him, like, why? That was fun for that little bit, yeah. I believe I'm going to take a small break, guys, and take a nap here, I think. And I will be back. Do some more in a bit. Thank you so much for the support and sticking around. I love you guys. Been a pretty good stream.